you to keep me in line.
Hail and well met, fellow adventurers. Welcome back. Happy Mystery Sunday. I hope you're all doing well. We're going to be playing some Hidden Cats in Istanbul for about the first hour. And then we're going to go back to The Roottrees Are Dead. There's another section to check out now that we've beaten the main game. I guess it might be a DLC or just the next part of the story. I'm not sure. But we'll check it out. Hello, Gantriok. Hello, Yohei. Good to see you, folks. How's your Sunday going? Your game for Hidden Cats. And just when we thought we were free of that damn family. Oh, you were enjoying it. Hit me with some cats, Gecko. All right, Sharp. We can do that. Thanks for shouting out, Sharp. Appreciate that. Well, without much further ado, let's find some hidden cats. Hey! Hey, Andy. Hello, Edifix. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. How is Escape Simulator? Hello, Brent. Welcome in, everyone. Hope you're all doing well. We're just getting started. We're gonna find some hidden cats in Istanbul. Oh, it's a big one. Oh boy. Well, I hope Escape Simulator went well for you. Did you figure out all the puzzles? Very fitting soundtrack. How you doing? I'm doing good. Doing good. Ooh. Tom and Billy cats. Sorry I was absent. I was stretching my legs. It was great. We finished the new DLC and then replayed some old rooms. Oh, nice. Yeah, I need to go check out the DLC, I guess. It's been a little while since I've set foot in Escape Room Simulator. Hey, Rory. That didn't work. What didn't work? Hey, there we go. Yeah, and there's a Escape Room Simulator number 2 coming out at some point. Got it on my wish list. So easy to get stuck in rooms you know you already beat. Oh, yeah, I bet. Oh, I can see that, yeah. Mongolian cat. Dance until we can't feel our paws. 2 is coming out at the end of this month. Oh, this month. Oh boy. So many games coming out this last month and a half. The Sultan Cat. His Majesty awaits your tribute. Street cats. Oh, we just love the outdoors. Look at those cuties. That guy was back here. There she is. Check back here. There he is. Lovely. Coffee cats. I accept tips in the form of snacks. Snacks. Mizu. I might not be big, but my stomach is. Just missing one person, huh? Hey, Jill. One person. Find them down here. Oh, there they are. Nice. All right. We have found all the peoples. Oops. So now we're missing some kitties? Let's see. Start at this end. This building is not built in. This Janissary cat. Oh, this sword is decorative. My claws aren't. Alright, come back to this. Let's go up a level. Oh, those are not furballs. They are gifts. Oh, thanks, Mia. Great. Doing good, Chell. Doing good. How are you? Lunez. It wasn't me, but if it was, I'd regret nothing. No regrets. Recovering from ongoing health crud. Oh no. Threw up so much and so hard last night that I have 2 black eyes from burst blood vessels. Gotta love existing in a meat sack. Oh man. I have seen that before. Not myself. A good friend of mine. We used to tie one on pretty hard when we were younger. And yeah, he got so shitty one night. Luckily he made it to the bathroom, made it to the toilet. But yeah, the next morning, it looked like he had 2 black eyes. He did the same thing. Yeah, it was... Ooh, sorry to hear that. Palace, a landmark. Home to Ottoman sultans for over 400 years, the sprawling palace complex includes courtyards, royal chambers, and an imperial treasury. Oh, the Galata Tower. Built in the 14th century, this medieval stone tower offers panoramic views of Istanbul and was once used for defense and observation. Puffy. Me chase mice? Sounds tiresome. Pshaw. Okay, landmark. Dolmabach Palace, an opulent 19th century palace that served as the administrative center of the late Ottoman Empire, featuring crystal chandeliers and lavish halls. Kitty, what do you mean we ran out of snacks? What do you mean by that? I don't understand. Ran out of snacks? Snacks. Beylir Bey Palace, a landmark, a 19th century Ottoman summer palace on the Bosphorus, showcasing elegant neoclassical interiors and stunning waterfront views. Ah yes, Summer Palace. The Hadar Pasa Railway Station opened in 1909. This grand terminal was a key departure point to Anatolia, blending German architecture with Ottoman flair. You love the little blurbs on the cat cards in this one? Yeah, they're pretty good. The walls of Constantinople, massive stone fortifications built in the 5th century to defend Byzantium. They withstood numerous sieges for over a millennium. Hagia Sophia, a masterpiece of Byzantium architecture. Hagia Sophia has served as a church, mosque, and a museum, symbolizing Istanbul's rich, layered history. Some really neat architecture. I feel like there's a kitty hiding here somewhere. Maybe not. Okay, so we're missing stuff on the water, huh? Might have to wait for that boat. Swing back through on the other side. The Blue Mosque. Officially the Sultan Ahmed Mosque, it's known for its 6 minarets and striking blue Iznik tiles, blending Ottoman and Byzantine styles. Wow. Yeah, that is pretty. All right, here we go. Ah, that. Aha. We're down to 3 kitties. Something there. So, 2 cats somewhere in the sidewalk region. Okay. It's one. One special cat. Looks like. Oh. Simit cat. Eat, sleep, repeat. So pretty. All right. Let's see. We got time for another one. To the hookah cafe. Oh. Oh, geez. Okay. Let's start on one side and go from there. One more. Uno más. Ha. Easy. I do enjoy their art style. It is fun. All right, well that went so well. We still got time for another. All right. Hammam? Turkish baths. That kitty knows how to relax. Down to two. Two little kitties. Let's hit up the park. Ooh. Chill music. Center of the G. Ah, nice. parrot. Below the man on his back. Parrot. Oh, okay. Is that one above the U? No. It's a doggo. It's a doggo. Butterfly man. Nice. Left side of the park bench. Okay. I will go back and get that in a moment. There we go. Now we just gotta find this gal. Oh, there she is. Look at that. Pretty. Very pretty. And he did one where the cats vanished when you found it. You know, I think I might have done one like that. Yeah, there's several types of games. I did pick up some more. Alright. Be the last one for today. Then we'll move back on to the root trees are dead. Look at all these tasty treats. Bottom left. Okay. Got it. Thank you. And one more. Ooh, I see it. You saw it earlier. It's here on this screen. See if you can find it. Hydrate. Thank you. You see it? All right. Nice. Okay. We'll play the rest of these next week. All right. Switch it up to the Roottrees are dead. Okay, so last week we uncovered quite a bit of info. Let's see. We figured out that Sam is the one who was helping us because of the way they treated the man who raised her, which was actually one of the original generation's sons, the Five Pieces sons. But because he was gay, they disowned him. And even wrote, like, pretty much wrote him out of existence. And covered it all up. That's what we revealed. Now, oops, I think I need to do a new game. Well, that's fine. We can look at the board at least. So this all started with this family here dying in a plane crash. Carl Roottree was the current president of the candy company. This over here is Edward Clancy, the twin brother of Clancy Edward. This is the person who was written out. He raised Sam. And Sam is the daughter of Elias Jr. and Patricia. So, that is what we uncovered last time. So now we have Roottrees Mania. Find out what happens to the infamous family in a whole new mystery. Roottrees Mania will spoil unlocked content. Make sure you've tied up any loose ends before starting. Okay.
Hi, I'm Clark. Probably not who you expected to be knocking, but life's funny sometimes. You've done well staying anonymous. It took us a while to track you down. A lot has happened in the last year. Far too much of it public. But there's stuff going on behind the scenes, too. I never wanted to be president. I'm not great with stress. With my mother's deteriorating I'm sorry, I'm rambling. I'm not here for sympathy. I'm here because part of the fallout of Sam's book is that everyone's coming out of the woodwork. Now that it's public knowledge the Clancid Trust covers any Roottrie despite their history with us, a lot of potential cousins have surfaced. You may have seen that man on the cover of News Time. It was a disaster for us. And then Miracle went and made it all about himself. The long and short of it is a lot of potential cousins just showed up. Sam's helping some of them, but she's not really going about it the right way. And she's not taking calls from anyone in the family. I let it slip through a mutual friend that I found you, and I was stopping in. It's manipulative, but I'm hoping she'll reach out to you. You can let her know I'm on her side. In the meantime, if you're willing, I can share our files with you. Pass them along to Sam if she reaches out. I'm genuinely hoping she'll realize I'm an ally. Feel free to do your own research. I've been told you enjoy things like this. To each their own.
I was told you enjoy things like, doing research, investigating. We enjoy getting paid, bro, right? All right. Okay, good. So we have the whole family up here. And oh my god. Ooh, boy. All right. I always like to dream Gego's in it for the love of the game. After seeing the newborn, I retract that statement. What do you mean? This is gonna be great. All right, everybody put on their thinking caps. Here we go. Notable events. Today is August 3rd, 1999. It's been 8 months since you helped Sam Madsen with the research necessary for her book. Sam was true to her word and paid you an incredibly large sum of money. She never mentioned you by name, however, so you've managed to keep a low profile. The Roottrees, on the other hand, have not. Below is a summary of notable events since the book's release, though you can refresh your memory in full detail by searching online. The 6 pieces. And paid you an incredibly large sum of money. Ah, yeah. Sam Madsen's book about Elias Roottree was released in February. It was a bestseller for a few months. At the time, Carl had not yet been replaced. 6 pieces, that's right. The Roottrie Rift. In March, the Roottrie Company stumbled publicly as they attempted to respond to the book's release with multiple conflicting press releases and a clear lack of leadership. Ooh, boy. The Clark Rafferty LaRue. Clark was announced as the permanent successor to Carl Roottrie and welcomed Sam Madsen to the family officially. The company hired an outside legal group to handle the changes to the Clancid Trust. This included any other new questions of lineage. 5 Ps. After this announcement, there was a rash of different people claiming to be Roottrees, mostly dismissed as opportunists and scammers. The highest profile of these, by a wide margin, was a rapper named Felix Fellows, who changed his moniker to 5Ps as a publicity move at the same time. 5Ps is the only notable person on the updated tree. Roottrie Mania. In another high-profile misstep, Miracle Roottrie publicly and vehemently denied that 5Ps was a Roottrie. The Roottree's legal team then offered to do a DNA test to get 5Ps to drop his claim, and, in a moment that caught what seemed like the entire world by storm, the test proved he was a Roottrie. Suddenly, the world was obsessed with the Roottrees. Anonymum and Jane Doe Roottrie. In July, an anonymous woman, who the press began to refer to as Anonymum, appeared in interviews with her face and voice disguised. She claimed that an affair with a Rootree led to the birth of her daughter, aka Jane Doe Rootree. If true, this would make her daughter yet another secret Rootree and therefore entitled to a share of the Clancy Trust. Nobody knew it at the time, but this would turn out to be the last chapter in the Roottrees saga. As more and more of Anonymom's story came out, people began to notice how much it echoed 5Ps in nearly every significant way. The court of public opinion began to turn, confirming the world's suspicions. The DNA test, orchestrated by lawyers on both sides, proved that her daughter was not a Rootree. The final event caused public disappointment, smugness from doubters, and countless accusations of the entire ordeal being an elaborate hoax or an attempt at fraud. Things got a bit ugly, and the fun of Rootree mania seemed to disappear overnight. Now, a month later, it feels like a distant memory. Okay, so these are things that we need to search upon in online. Okay, what's this? Previously on The Roottrees Are Dead. This is a new investigation with a new focus after many months of newfound interest in the Roottrees. It is recommended that you try to catch up with some of what happened since last time. Some web searches may yield new or different results, and some books and magazines from your previous investigation may be relevant to your new one. It's also a much more widespread search. The list of first and last names you can choose from will contain red herrings. Not all of them will be used. Aha. Below is a reminder of some of the most notable beats of your initial dive into the Rootree family tree. All evidence from before is still available, and for your convenience, any searches that do not lead to new information still function as they did during your first investigation. The Rootree Candy Company was founded by Elias and Gwyneth many years ago. The entire family has a financial reliance on the health of that company. Most of the action took place in or around Butler County, Pennsylvania, where the company was initially located. Elias, Carl, and Raina were on the cover of magazines. Other notable Roottrees, such as Lauren Rootree, Miracle Rootree, and Jim Rootree, had physical media such as record albums, books, and movies associated with them. Lauren's 2 diaries were probably the most useful resources overall, mentioning many of her relatives directly. The 5 pieces, Elias's children, could be identified based on the initials of the original candy flavors. There were 5 presidents of the Rootree Company. Many were featured in periodicals. Stephanie Jones and Brian Jones were featured in campaign posters and led to Caroline Morden's art book, which enabled you to fill out more of the Rootree. Many of the younger Roottrees were found by following a complex rabbit hole through a conspiracy site that led to finding a searchable web address for Chris Rafferty, Lauren's grandson, Chris Raff 75. November Rootree was really difficult to place. Her occupation could only be found via Brian Jones's company website. Yep, I remember that. Had to get some help on that. Ronald and his brother Robert Rootree go by Ron and Robbie. That was really annoying. Both worked on a TV show called Brother Trouble until Robbie embezzled money and fled to Paris. Ron unsuccessfully tried to have Robbie removed from the Clancy Trust. Sam and her father were cryptically mentioned in a book about historical letters. There are also a few dead ends and red herrings. Aloysius Herring Rootree, who claimed he was a Rootree but was not. Family Man, a book about Elias Rootree, turned out to be propaganda and not useful. Lauren's other books, historical romance novels, were not very useful on their own, though could lead to other information, and Caroline Morden's sculptures were not useful. Okay. And here we're caught. This is just telling us what we've seen so far. Today, August 3rd, 1999, there was a knock at your door. Clark Rafferty LaRue, the current president of the Rootree Candy Company, explained that Multiple people have come out of the woodwork to claim to be Roottrees. He has been trying to work with Sam, but she has not answered his calls. He also handed you a letter that he said you could share with Sam that said the following to both of you. The company I hired to help us with the Clancy Trust is busy pouring through the entire family's history, as well as people that may have had contact with. That said, the family is not particularly happy with this and are doing their best to slow things down. Many of them are actively avoiding our interviews. Every time there's a high-profile public case, it causes headaches. So please, I don't mind if you do your research, but I ask that you stop going to the press. Instead, we have a highly trained team of lawyers to back you up. We're ready and willing to verify anyone and everyone you believe could be realistically part of a relationship that led to the birth of a new root tree. Just tell us who to investigate by filling in the new sections of the tree, and we'll take the time to handle verifying that the timeline checks out. But keep in mind why we're here. If someone didn't have a child or has already been disqualified by our lawyers, like in the case of the girl with the negative DNA test, there won't be a place for them on the tree. We're not just looking for affairs and infidelities. We're only looking for the ones that led to potential new root trees. Some spots in the new section will be marked with a tree icon. Those areas are reserved for members of the original family tree you filled in 8 months ago. Just like last time, be sure to use birth names for everyone you add. Married names or nicknames won't be enough. To start sorting out the infidelities, I recommend you turn your eyes to the men in positions of power. I'd love to say that's only because it would have been a lot harder for the women to hide 9 months of pregnancy and birth without the family noticing, but I can't. I'll be blunt. I'm no stranger to infidelity. I wish I could claim that I was a perfect husband, but you've seen the family tree, so why pretend? Some of us learned how to wield our family names and fortune to our benefit. Consequences be damned. I can't change the past or unhurt those whose I betrayed. Instead, all I can do is be honest with myself and to you, refuse to make any more mistakes, and do my best to sort out the various messes we've left behind. So please fill in the tree, and together we can figure out how to begin to make amends. Good luck, and thank you both. Clark. Okay. It is by the grace of God that I can figure out what direction I'm facing today, so mystery solving skills are shaky at best. I'm still supposed to recruit you for a mystery, though, sometime before the end of this year. You're supposed to recruit me for a mystery? What? Okay, well, let's look up 6 pieces. I had a fortune that claimed I had to find a detective. Oh, a fortune telling? Oh, we have to connect to the internet. Oh. Okay, my mistake. Here we go. You guys ready? Ah, yeah. Classic. That scratches an itch, right? Okay. 6 Pieces, Unwrapping America's Sweetest Family by Sam Madsen was released in early 1999 and perhaps assisted by the still relatively recent plane crash, shot to the top of the charts. Okay, so this is the title of a book, and here's the author. So this is something we need to search in the Public Library. Don't forget. Okay. Reviews were mixed, and its time on the bestsellers list was limited to only 2 months. Most reviewers agreed that the core of the book, about Samantha's fathers and the struggles they faced, was compelling, and that the takedown of the hypocrisy of Elias Rootree was deserved. However, many took umbrage with the timing of the release and the tone of the book, which seemed vindictive. A fallout from the book led to the Rootree company scrambling to release a statement, and due to a conflict of leadership, famously released multiple conflicting official statements over 3 days. This confusing move was referenced in popular culture due to a late-night sketch about indecisionitis, but more traditional analysts have been calling it the Rootree Rift. A few months later, due to Rootree mania, the book re-entered the charts and sold even better than the first time. Okay, so we need to search this, and the book. So let's start at the top and work our way down. Okay. Sam Madsen's book was released earlier this year and details the truth about Elias Rootree, as well as Sam's fathers, Edward Clancy Rootree and John Miller. You helped verify her story. So much of the book's core contents are familiar to you. That said, Sam had some sections on other family secrets and rumors. Much of it didn't matter to the primary purpose of the book, and some of it is new to you and may be important to your new search. These sections have been added to your notes. Okay. We got that added. So let's search this. Indecisionitis was a disease coined by a popular sketch show as part of a fake pharmaceutical advertisement for Jit Together. While the segment isn't fully about the Rootree Candy Company, it was released in the weeks after their bizarre response to the release of 6 Pieces by Sam Madsen and references the recent news. In the sketch, a woman ordered a number 5 at a drive-through speaker. Then, after pulling forward, she changed her mind at the window, asking to switch it to a number 3. This caused a lengthy backup and annoyance amongst the restaurant's employees and other patrons. After she pulled away, as employees began helping other customers, the same woman then barged into the restaurant and passed the current line, loudly complaining that she didn't receive her number 5. After this, the sketch transitioned from the restaurant scene into a pharmaceutical commercial. A doctor claims that the woman was suffering from indecisionitis, a disease that causes extreme confusion and irritability, and has recently been found to severely hinder the leaders of large corporations, but could also spread to humans. The doctor then recommends Jit Together, a fake pharmaceutical drug. Multiple testimonials use variations of the catchphrase, "When I can't make my tough decisions, I've got to get my Jit together." Oh. Okay. The final testimonial included a bald man in silhouette with a voice changer saying, "I'm not comfortable sharing who I am, but I am comfortable saying that before I took over my family's candy company, I really should have gotten my Jit together." Okay. Let's look up Jit Together. Nope. Okay. That gets the same thing. So, do we have to search periodicals? And a fake pharmaceutical advertisement? Popular sketch show. Oh, they don't really say what it is, what the show try searching. Capacity. Okay. Okay. Roottrees Rift. Okay, the three press releases from the Roottrees Candy Company after the release of six pieces were referred to as the Roottrees Rift due to the clear conflicts between them. The first was fairly standard. It stated that there was no president of the Roottrees Company, but that the entire family was made aware of the release of the book and that they would be meeting as soon as possible. Only then could they verify the legitimacy of the claims it raised and decide next steps. The second release was emailed to business newspapers 3 hours later and announced that after a vote, Ron Roottrees would be taking over temporarily as an interim president. It also went on to state that Ron was aware of the book, had verified the claims within, and would look into compensating Mrs. Madsen and her family immediately. It also stated that the company lawyers would be taking immediate steps with the family to revisit the Clancy Trust terms to make sure nothing like this could happen again. It was quickly clear to business reporters and analysts that the time between the two press releases would not have been logistically sufficient to gather a majority of the family, even using conference calls. This was reported on many news channels, and a third, much shorter press release came the next day. It claimed that a draft of the announcement was made prematurely and that Clark Rafferty LaRue and Ron Roottrees would be taking over as the company's first joint presidents. It also stated that any compensation planned would be based on a stringent verification process. Okay. Well, let's look up. Clark Rafferty LaRue is the new president of the Roottrees Corporation. This does not include Root, which appears to have its own new leadership. Oh. In early March of 1999, about 5 months ago, it was announced that both Clark and Ron would be taking over for what was essentially described as a transitional period in the aftermath of Six Pieces. About 2 weeks later, the company released a press statement that thanked Ron for his work, but announced that Clark was the new permanent president. Most of the information about Clark you knew already. Many descriptions of him tend to focus on his advertising career, and that his mother was Lauren Roottrees. Few seem to touch on his complex and volatile marital history. Since taking over, Clark has tried to remain out of the spotlight, but did have one notable foray into the public eye. He gained a lot of support when his first move was a statement in favor of accepting Sam and her family into the trust. This also served as an announcement that the Clancy Trust would no longer be handled by anyone in the family, since due to their financial motivation, none of them could ever be impartial. Let's try Ron Roottrees. Ron was announced as a president of Roottrees during the Roottrees Rift, but the next press release immediately reversed the announcement and instead stated that Ron and Clark would take over. A few weeks later, Ron was dropped from the title entirely. There are hundreds of results about this development, but most articles are retelling of the basic details. Some veer into heavy speculation based on an article about Ron in Business Watch. Aha! Ron has also done some interviews saying that the truth of what went on behind the scenes is not something he wishes to discuss. Instead, he hopes to release a movie about it someday. 3 weeks ago, Ron's mother, Gwen, died in Paris, France. He and his brother Robbie have seemingly made amends. Aww. Gwen died. Okay. Ron in Business Watch. Business Watch ran an article about 2 months after the Roottrees rift about what really happened with Roottrees. The article mentions that nobody from Roottrees that they reached out to was willing to go on the record. Instead, the timeline of events has been constructed from public record, accidental leaks, and a source on the inside. The only parts that are new to you are also the most vague parts, the ones supposedly confirmed by their anonymous source. The timeline says that the family actually had a preliminary vote after Carl Roottrees died, but before the release of 6 Pieces, and decided they wanted Ron Roottrees to take over because of his experience running RR Productions, and because he was a well-known and well-respected Roottrees. But Ron seemed way too eager and personally motivated. They were worried he would gut the Clancy Trust to remove Robbie Roottrees. The family was notoriously unwilling to do anything that could risk their wealth. They stalled, and Ron became frustrated with the delay. When 6 Pieces came out, he saw his chance to force action with the family while the family was in the limelight, and released a press release himself in an attempt to get the ball rolling faster. This caused chaos within the family. They tried to save face by allowing Ron to take over as co-president with Clark, but according to Business Watch's source, Ron was impossible to deal with. He seemed like he was unwilling to protect the Clancy Trust, and they eventually let him go. After that, the role passed solely to Clark, who nobody was excited about, but seemed like the safest choice. Interesting. So we got an anonymous source. Okay. Look up Gwen Roottrees. Gwen Roottrees was a somewhat well-known actress who was active in the 50s. Yeah, she died in Paris about 3 weeks ago after leaving Hollywood. She made no effort to stay in the limelight. Most obituaries tend to focus on her largest role, guys like us. Not much is known about her death, except that it was announced that she died peacefully in her sleep while being treated for a sudden, severe case of pneumonia. Before that, she had apparently been in relatively good health, according to her friends and family in Paris. She was 67. Okay. Okay. Sam's book has a few different passages about her own history with the company and the rumors and gossip she collected during that tenure. She ran the farm for a period starting around 1968, after the death of Elias Roottrees, until her daughter Gwyneth took over in 1984. Most of the relevant rumors coincide with the reign of Guy Hudson, who took over as president in 78. Sam was very much not a fan of Guy, and according to 6 Pieces, it was an open secret within the family that Guy was very much not a fan of remaining faithful to his wife Patricia. Many of their hires at the time were young single women, and Guy often spent a lavish amount of money on private parties. Uh-oh. This was 20 years ago, and Sam warns that most of it is hearsay. Still, you find the following information that may be relevant. Here we go. Ew, ew, ew. Right? Yeah. Okay. Relevant information. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant called Antonelli's met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Elizabeth wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. Rumor has it that her daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. Okay. Guy's main positive contribution to the company involved expanding to markets previously untapped by Roottrees. However, when he went on trips overseas, they were often for weeks at a time, and Guy was known for spending more time and money on unofficial business than meetings with distributors and manufacturers. It was said that he bribed at least one politician to open a factory in Brazil. Oh yeah, just spring that shit on somebody. That's great, right? Okay, there is also a section where Sam speculates that Elias may have also cheated on Gwyneth. Gwyneth was always much kinder to Sam than Elias was, and was the first to invite Sam to family events. While she has no hard evidence, Sam always got the impression that Gwyneth was unable to coerce Elias into allowing Sam back into the family using some kind of leverage, instead of it being a natural course of events. She mentioned that Elias and Gwyneth were known to loudly argue, sometimes about another woman. Sam, who says her son Ernie once asked her who's Beth because he overheard them yelling about someone with that name. As far as Sam knows, Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth, a different Elizabeth than the supervisor from the farm, but she never met her. Well, that's just adding to confusion. How dare they? How dare they make this difficult for us? Okay. Oh, this is the old evidence, though. Okay. This is all the old... Oh, nice. So if we have to go back and figure something out, I guess we can. Okay. Cool. All right. So where do we want to take this search here? Maybe try to find out something about Antonelli's. There are a large number of Antonelli's restaurants, not because it's a chain, just because it seems to be a common name for Italian restaurants. Local resource, aha. Let's go to the Butler County Times. Come on now. All right, Antonelli's is an Italian restaurant, and it has been in the Butler County Times twice. The most recent time was when it closed in 1992. The owner, Rochelle Zimmer, sold the land the building was on, and at the time of the article, she was unsure if the restaurant would move to a new location or if she would retire. Many years before that, there's a puff piece from Valentine's Day 1978 that asked recently married residents of Butler County how they met. Ooh, is that the same year? That might be the same year. Yeah? '78? Hudson took over as president in '78. Ah, that's what it was. Okay. So we have Christine Garland responded. She said her husband, Steve, who was a chef at Antonelli's, met years ago when she delivered produce from her mother's farm. Wait, Christine Garland. So that would potentially be Elizabeth's daughter? Steve used to work extra hours just to be there during her deliveries. Although they grew apart when the restaurant switched suppliers, they reconnected by chance and eloped at the end of last year. Now she has a bun in the oven, and they're both working as much as they can. She's a secretary, but went back to delivering produce on the weekends, trying to save up money to move to Boston. and open their own restaurant. Okay, so that could be Christine and Steve Garland. So that could be Elizabeth's daughter. This Elizabeth. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant met her daughter at one of Guy's parties and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Rumor was that her daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. Okay. So from there. This would be her married name. Steve Garland is mentioned in a couple of articles. The first was an article about how he met his wife Christine when they worked at Antonelli's. The second is from months later, in September of '78, a listing for his weekend cooking classes, Gourmet for the Groovy. The blurb mentions that he's been giving lessons from his home kitchen for the last month so that he can keep an eye on his son. The third was from 1991 and is titled Local Author Sued by Former Butler County Resident. It seems that a local author by the name of Mark Zimmer was sued by Garland after Garland saw Zimmer promoting his book Kitchen Tales on television. His recipe book was partially plagiarized from the recipes that Steve Garland would give his students during his cooking lessons before he moved. All right, so that is a book that we need to search up. The article mentions that although recipes are hard to copyright, Garland accompanied each recipe with a short fiction about how he learned it. These usually doubled as a way to remember certain ingredients. Garland's bean salad, for example, involved making a trade with a gnome for some magic beans. Apparently, these stories were found word for word in Zimmer's cookbook, in addition to additional stories that follow the same format. Aha! Aha! Okay, so we're searching Kitchen Tales by Mark Zimmer. No copies available. Re-released as Garnishing the Truth. The entire description of this book, according to the library system, is a recipe book that contains stories. Re-released as Garnishing Truth. Oh. Wait, what? Out of print. Re-released as Garnishing the Truth. Garnishing the Truth is a cookbook credited to Garland and Zimmer. It was released in 1994. It was actually quite successful after the duo appeared to promote it on a daytime talk show. There have been multiple printings since. According to the book review, the recipes are accompanied by stories that help the reader remember the ingredients. The reviewer says that it seems perfect for learning to cook for the entire family. Okay, so this is... The introduction of this book is a series of acknowledgments from Steve. The first is, Christine, thank you for everything. Your support means the world to me. You are the apple of my pie. The second is to James and Robert. You're becoming amazing men and incredible chefs. I guess I'm a good teacher. The final is to Mark Zimmer. You proved my storytelling approach to recipes could be popular. Without you, this book couldn't exist. Okay, so they have... So I think what we got here is that Steve and Christine have 2 sons, James and Robert. Okay. There's also a foreword by Mark Zimmer. I first met Steve in '78 when he taught a cooking class. The next time I saw him was over a decade later when he was suing me for stealing his recipes. Yes, really. So you might wonder what I'm doing in this introduction. Well, it turns out that Steve and I had more in common than we thought. Instead of settling in court, we settled it at McCarran's brew house over a game of darts. They said they'd give us the first drink of the night free for an entire year for mentioning them. Okay. Something to search up, I guess. By the end of the game, he and I agreed we'd both rather make a ton of money together than spend a ton of money on lawyers. It's pretty rare to meet your best friend so late in life, but when I decided to retire, I moved to Boston just so we could hang out. So, if you're browsing this book in a bookstore, please buy our book. We need more money for when the free beer runs out, and the bookstore could probably use the sale. Okay. All right. So we got James and Robert, sons of Christine and Steve Garland. Something to keep in mind. We don't know Christine's maiden name, though. That will be something we need to figure out. Is there any way to put that over here somewhere? 2 children? No. Split up, infidelity, 2 children. (1949, 1921). Possible infidelity 3, 75 to 82. Okay. First affair. And then they had... Oh, that's a notable. They had a kid. Final affair. They're saying these 2 split up, but there's 2 kids. Oh, wait. Each of these... Whoa. This must... 75 to 82. This must be Guy. Gotta love when the affairs are numbered. I know. Look at these affairs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 affairs. Oh my god. Okay. I'm thinking... Alright. I'm thinking this is Guy. Now, Guy Hudson. We got a Christopher Hudson. Oh, this guy? This Guy Hudson? The 3rd president? Okay. It's the redhead. Alright. Patricia Jones was his wife. That guy? That guy. Third president. We got several pictures to find it. Okay. We'll have to search him up. But I'm thinking this is the infidelity with Christine. Oh, they're gonna make us feel... Yeah. Christine. We don't know her last name. But we do know that this is Stephen Garland. James and Robert. Just gonna take a guess here. Oh, I guess their last name would be Garland. That's the current guess for that. We need to get some pictures, though. Hey, Shadow Mage. How you doing? What did they say about Christine? Christine ended up doing something. She ended up going back to delivering, they said in one of the articles. Both working as much as they can. She's a secretary, but went back to delivering produce on the weekends. Okay. So is secretary an option? It is. Okay. How you doing, Shadowed Mage? For the groovy. Let's try that. Author. Right. Okay, well, we need to somehow find pictures for these people. Maybe they'll come up later, but... Okay, Guy Hudson, who was only president of Roottrees for a few years in the late 70s and early 80s, had mostly faded into obscurity, except for the fancy flavors debacle. Right. We'll look that up again. I think I remember what this was, but during Roottrees Mania, he suddenly rose to prominence again after 5 Ps appeared on the cover of a magazine holding a photo of Guy and his mother. Right. 5 Ps is the notable. So we'll get to that. That's a whole. Few people that existed adjacent to the company in the 70s have come forward with stories about debauchery and swinger parties. I like to throw large holiday parties whenever he had an excuse, and they often got very out of hand. This fact has led some people to speculate that the night he died in a car crash, he was drunk or impaired in some way, but Butler County Police have released multiple statements and ample evidence that proves decisively that it was not foul play and that no party had taken place. Roottrees lawyers have been quick to threaten litigation to anyone who has tried to disparage Guy or the company in public. Butler County Police. So that makes me think we should go search. This page hasn't been updated for at least 8 months and may now be irrelevant. Oh, well, that's interesting. Unidentified driver who swerved in front of Hudson's car, causing the brake horn to veer. Other guy was somewhat controversial president. Foul play. Oh, right. The other drivers. The other driver had been swerving between lanes prior to this, cutting off other drivers before the accident. Okay. They fled the accident. Okay. That's a cool feature to maintain game realism. Old info wouldn't have vanished while telling you when you're rereading stuff you already know. Yeah, that is neat. Okay, so he was present at 5 Ps. Oh, it's just the same information. Okay. All right. Well, I guess Roottrees Rift, Clark Rafferty. So I guess we should look up 5 Ps. That's probably going to give us a lot of leads. Apparently it's raining pretty good outside. Okay, 5 Ps, aka Felix Fellows, is a rapper who has found some recent radio play after being publicly confirmed as a long-lost Roottree and entitled to part of their fortune. His alias 5 Ps is a play on 5 pieces. An article you found on a website known for their particularly harsh reviews of modern music gives his most recent album, Root of All Evil, 1 star. Out of 7 for whatever reason. With the headline, More Poser Than My Action Figure Collection. Oh, wow. Damn. The review mentions his real name is David, and he used to go by Dirty Davy. And the author rues the fact that his rebranding was a blatant marketing stunt at the expense of his mother's tragic past. She overdosed when he was 16. Apparently, only one of the songs on his album is new, and the others were simply rewritten to turn blatant references to sex, drugs, and violence into clumsy euphemisms. His rise to prominence was kickstarted when he appeared a few months ago on the cover of News Time. Okay, we need to search that. Holding a photo of his mother with Guy Hudson. At first, the Roottree company denied it vehemently. Miracle Roottree even appeared on the same magazine a week later. But since then, they've backtracked and publicly welcomed him to the family. Their press release at the time stated that they had new evidence that confirmed his story. Okay, so, there's a lot to uncover here. Okay, so AKA Felix Fellows. What did they say? Wait a minute. What did they say about 5Ps after the announcement? A rapper named Felix who changed his moniker to 5Ps. So Felix Fellows changed his moniker to 5Ps. But his real name is David? Oh my God. Okay. Let's start here. Same thing. Okay, fine. No, that just helps reduce that. Okay, according to various sources, the album is mostly material that 5Ps recorded for his mixtapes before he became notable, but re-recorded with lyrical differences and professional production. All Your Problems was the first and only single released. After dropping the single, 5Ps announced he'd retained the infamous celebrity lawyer Stevie Whitlock to sue his family. To date, it doesn't seem like he's followed through. At first, the single didn't make much of a splash, but Whitlock, known for publicity stunts, paid thousands of teenagers a few dollars an hour to call and request the video on MTV, which increased its profile. MTV eventually caught on and banned the video altogether, which in turn received national news coverage and made the song even more popular. Wow. Okay. So Stevie Whitlock is a lawyer with a history of publicity stunts and grandstanding. Still, she's managed to rack up quite a few legal victories for C-list celebrities and athletes. She became famous in the mid-1980s after successfully suing a multinational sandwich company whose 12-inch subs were actually an average of 11.5 inches long. Ugh, the audacity. Stevie argued that since the company sold 1 billion sandwiches per year, that was enough missing sandwich to make a sub long enough to span from New York to Los Angeles. MTV played music? What? Oh my God. The jury awarded her a paltry $5,000, but the news coverage of her crusade turned out to be priceless. Unfortunately, none of this seems related to the Roottrees. Okay. So this was his. So now we've got Dirty Davy. According to fan sites, Felix Fellows is not 5P's actual name. His birth name was David Fellows. Dirty Davy was 5P's previous stage name. He used to sell records and perform live shows in Portland under that name, David Fellows. There are some people selling his old mixtapes on auction sites. One is apparently called Dirty Devil and another Dirt Poor. Dirty Devil was 5G's first mixtape from the early 90s. There's discrepancies and debates about what year exactly it was released based on some of the pop culture references, with the range thought to be somewhere between 92 and 94. One of the songs, Yes I Can Jump, seems to be at the center of the confusion. Some fan sites claim that there are multiple versions with different track lists and song lengths on them. Though because there's very little evidence of the mixtape online as it is, it's even harder to verify that information. Watcher Woman Nadia, hello. What do you have to do in this game? In this game, you are finding evidence, and you need to fill in pictures, names, and professions of each Roottrees, each member of the Roottrees family. So in the base game, we went through and did all of this. And now that we've done all that, it opens up a new section where some of the Roottrees members had affairs. And now we have to identify who might actually be a root tree from all these extra claims. So you're searching on, this all takes place around 1998, 1999. So you're searching online, you're looking through books in the public library, magazine articles to find this information. So you kind of have to read all the articles, find the next thing to search up, and it just leads you down a trail essentially. It's not a horror game, no. Nope. It's just a very chill detective style game. Hydrate, thanks. Okay, so let's see if we can find information on yes I can jump. It seems to be the only song that didn't make it onto his studio album that people thought should have. In it, he references a popular movie from 1992 called White Men Can't Jump. This reference has caused some confusion amongst the fan base. Because of it, it is agreed upon that the mixtape had to come out in 92 at the earliest, but others point out that Fellows references seeing the movie on his 17th birthday. This would have been in 1994. Some take this to mean, this is going to be important. If he was 17 on this, I bet you this is going to be a thing that we have to remember or figure out is that when was he born? That's gonna, yeah, it's gonna be a timeline discrepancy. It's nice to have the reprieve. Don't do it, Yohei. Don't you do it. You stop it. Some take this to mean that.
Through the quad and into the gymnasium. Come on, everybody!
Oh, Rory.
Come on! We're streaking!
Thank you for the 15 stream streak. Appreciate that. Some take this to mean that the album had to have been released in 94 at the earliest. Others claim that he was likely just trying to make himself sound older, since in response to some of the more questionable lyrics, he has stated multiple times that he was just a dumb kid when it was released. Okay. Alright. 92, 94, somewhere in there. Okay, so this was Dirty Devil. And here, one is apparently, okay, his old mixtapes. Another is Dirt Poor. So this is another one of his mixtapes. Dirt Poor was a mixtape released in 96. There's a lot of online discourse from people who like to point out that in one of the songs, Felix Fellows includes someone that would be revealed to be his own distant cousin, Raina, in a list of attractive women. Oh no. That's one of the... Okay, Raina is this gal. Oh no. Distant cousin, turns out. Ooh. So right, but fair. But to be fair, he wouldn't have known that she was his cousin at the time. To be fair, the lyrics to one of the songs, "Heat," mentions a few different prominent female actresses, models, and musicians from the 90s, and provides a crude pun or line about what Fellows felt about them. When re-released in 99, much of the rhetoric was toned down to be less overtly profane, and the line referencing Raina was clumsily replaced by Dana, a reference to a character from The X-Files. Dana Sully? Agent, what? Okay. Yeah, fair. I guess. He couldn't have known, but knowing later, awkward. Yeah. Family tree is going to be a diamond. Oh my. That's pretty funny, actually. All right. So that was dirt poor. Okay. Now, we still need to go back to this and search up news time so that we can look in this magazine. Yay, period upgrade. News Time is a major news periodical that releases new issue every week. The rapper 5Ps famously appeared on the cover claiming to be a Roottrees. Then 1 week later, Miracle Roottrees did the same, denying that he was. Because of this high-profile back-to-back discourse right before the start of Roottrees Mania, they appeared to be the de facto publication to get news about the ongoing Roottrees saga. They reported record subscriber numbers during this time, which lasted until the end of Roottrees Mania, when the world generally stopped paying much attention and went back to reporting on more traditional news. News Time appears to be available via your periodical search. Okay, so we need to search 5Ps and Miracle. Go. Felix Fellows, aka 5Ps, famously appeared on the cover of News Time, kicking off Roottrees Mania. Then, a week later, Miracle Roottrees appeared on the cover of the magazine in an article that focused heavily on 5Ps as well. A summary of both articles, as well as a close-up of the photo 5Ps is holding on the cover of the issue, has been added to your evidence. Excellent. So they gave us both articles right there, but just in case, I'm going to go ahead and search this up. Yep, okay. So they gave it to us. Okay. So that means we now have pictures. All right, here we go. Start here. So this is David Fellows, aka Felix Fellows, aka Dirty David, aka 5Ps. 5Ps, aka Felix Fellows, appeared on the cover of News Time holding a photo of his mother and Guy Hudson. The article concerns his insistence that his father was Guy Hudson. The story was dramatic and sensational and initially dismissed as a fake, until a DNA test proved that he was related to Guy Hudson. 5P says that his mother, Joanna, was Zach Morden's secretary. This is important. When he retired, and then Guy Hudson's secretary for only 1 or 2 weeks after that before she quit. The first few weeks that he was president. His parents divorced when he was 4 after his father learned of the affair. Felix and his mother then moved to Portland because she was afraid for her and her son's life. He grew up with her until he was 16, but one day his mother never came home from the movie rental store where she worked the register. Okay, so that's her last job right there. The next morning, they found her dead from an overdose in her car. She had stolen all of the cash from her drawer and spent it on heroin. Oh, Jesus. As Felix went through her belongings, the only things he had to remember her by were a hairbrush she always used, some photos, and a stuffed animal from her childhood. But then he found it. A box hidden in the back of her closet. Inside were love letters and photos related to Guy Hudson, as well as a letter from his father containing threats. He threw it all away, with the exception of the one photo he appears with on the cover of News Time. He says it was the only one where they were dressed. Oh man. The picture is shown in full inside the magazine and was added to your evidence. Okay. The magazine also includes some additional history about 5P's career. Felix Fellows was born to Riley and Joanna Fellows, but has never rapped without a moniker. He tried to find success by opening for other artists and even by selling CDs on street corners in Portland. He has only recently started going by 5Ps to harness the power of his lineage. The writer did some research into the truth of these claims and was able to confirm that Joanna did work for the Roottrees company as a secretary sometime during the early to mid 70s. It also confirms she died of a drug overdose and that Felix went into foster care soon after. They were unable to track down his father. They also reached out to the Roottrees company, but at the moment, the company's blanket statement was, since the release of a recent book, Roottrees has seen an overwhelming number of false ancestral claims. None have been factual, and nearly all have been knowingly dishonest. We encourage individuals to reach out to us in an official capacity, as opposed to attempting to use our name in the media for publicity. Okay. And then here's Miracle. Charlatans and Thieves. Miracle Roottrees appeared on the cover of News Times shortly after 5Ps did. He vehemently denied that 5Ps was a Roottrees. This article was before the DNS test that proved it. Miracle doesn't focus much on the details of 5P's accusations regarding his mother and Guy Hudson. Instead, he comes across as exhausted at the events that have been going on behind the scenes, as well as the character of those he feels are attacking his family. He starts with 6 pieces content. He says that although most of the book was based in fact, it left out anything that wouldn't fit the agenda. He points out Sam's daughter still earns a generous salary for overseeing the farm division of Roottrees, and that Sam did the same before her, that Sam's family was not destitute, and that really it was only her son who chose to take on a job with no salary. He claims that though they didn't have to, the family helped pay for her son's medical bills after voting that it was the right thing to do. Miracle also says that the story about his father Elias shunning EC was one-sided, leaving out Edward Clancy's blame in the whole thing. Elias gave him a simple ultimatum: stop sinning or be disowned. Miracle says it was EC's own choice, and that Elias allowing him to earn food and shelter on the company's dime was a kindness. Jesus. Especially considering that he and John continued to live together. Oofta. Jeez. You know, just stop being you. Just stop. Or be disowned. Yeah, no big deal. This is why you have friends help with going through stuff, people. You never know what you'll find out about your own family. Miracle then, if you could just stop, stop existing, that'd be great. Yeah, right? Miracle then pivots to the fallout from 6 pieces. He recounts a deluge of claims to the Clancy Trust that the family has been subjected to. He doesn't cite any specifics, but says that every time someone comes forward, the family devolves to arguments. They've had to hire an outside legal team to help. But so far, every case has been demonstrably, laughably false. All they do is tarnish his family's reputation. Seems like the family's doing well enough on its own in that regard. He focuses on 5Ps who appeared on News Time before him. He calls him a grifter and a delinquent and says he's using their name and products to sell filth to the masses. Of all the accusations, he says this is the most dangerous because it exposes the world to hatred. He cites 5P's lyrics as violent, sexist, and ungodly, and prays the boy will repent, retract his lies, and find religion. Lastly, he turns to the future. Miracle states that those that wish to hear the true story can join him on his farewell tour this upcoming fall. The Miracle's Roottrees are planning on touring the country's churches one last time, and that now, at age 71, Miracle is the oldest living Roottrea. While he plans to continue preaching at his own church in Butler County after the tour, this is your last chance to hear the truth from the man with the most complete recollection of one of America's most notable families in his own hometown. Their article mentions that Miracle's son, Miracle Jr., did not wish to comment and has a statement from Clark Rafferty LaRue through the Roottrees law firm. Miracle does not speak for his entire family. We are working carefully on a plan to definitively disprove any claims of infidelity in our family's past. The article also does not refute Miracle's claim that he's the oldest living Roottrea. Despite Sam Madsen being born the year before him, it was unclear if Miracle made the claim out of ignorance or spite. So Sam is actually technically the oldest living Roottrea then. Interesting. Okay, here we go. Who are these people? Roottrea Family Picnic. Okay. The rapper 5Ps appeared on the cover. Newstime holding the Polaroid for his mother, Joanna, when she was Zach Morton's secretary at a company picnic. He claims that Joanna and Guy Hudson, also in the photo, were having an affair that led to his birth. Okay. So we can fill in that one. Oh, this is David Bellows. Joanna. Bellows. I think it was Riley. What's this? I think it was cashier. Wait a minute. Where did they talk about Riley? Riley and Joanna Fellows. Okay. Okay, well, we filled in 3. We have to get 4 for it to confirm for us, but I'm gonna make a guess that we're not gonna get their maiden names. So I guess because these are their, I don't think we're gonna get their maiden name. I don't think, anyways. Family trees use surnames from birth. Even the person changed their yeah. Yeah, that's gonna be difficult. How do we find? How would we find her maiden name? And Christine's. Okay, nothing in the Butler County Times for his parents. Jeez. Guy really got around. God damn. Oh, you know what? What was the name of their tour? Three Generation Miracle Tour. Well, that's summer of 96, but it's 99. So they're doing another tour. Okay, well. I already know my granddads on both sides probably have an illegitimate kid or two, and I wouldn't be surprised if I found out my dad had one. He went through a big hippie phase. What happens at free love? What happens at a free love pot party stays at a free love pot party, etc. All right, all right. Seems Miracle Sr. is going on a new tour of the United States in late 1999. The previous flyer for the 3 Generations of Miracles has been replaced. be a part of the history, oldest living Rootree reprises and retells his incredible true story. Miracle Rootree grew up as one of the famous 5 pieces, living a life of wealth and luxury. But fortune is nothing compared to the powerful force of the Almighty. Doctors determined he was destined to die young, but fate had different plans. He has lived a long and fruitful life. However, he's now in his 70s, and his age is beginning to make life on the road more difficult. So consider this your last chance to see him in town near you before he settles back down in Pennsylvania. In this intimate evening, Miracle will reminisce about his famous history. He'll discuss his family's saints and sinners and provide a unique perspective on one of the most notable families in the United States today. Learn what originally drove him away from his fortune and into the arms of religion. Learn how his life has become more wealthy in spirit than it ever could have been from his inheritance. Also, I used to be on 23andMe, and every few years I get a message from someone being like, I was adopted, and the algorithm says we're related, and I'm trying to find my bio family, and I'm like, oh boy, it's another one. Oh, wow. So far, no immediate relatives, only various grand relatives unable to keep it in their pants, but I feel like it's only a matter of time. Oh, wow. The site also lists the churches he will be appearing in and mentions that tickets can be purchased at their local services. Notably absent are any mentions about Miracle's news appearances. So the previous flyer for 3 has been replaced. Let's try this. It brings up the same thing. Okay. Well, so we've done this. I guess we should search up on Clark. Alright. The new president. Yeah. 9 months ago. Yeah, we did. I guess we did already search this. All right, Clark and Ron. Well, we could try to figure out this. Let's see what we can find out through this here. Okay. Anonymom was the second high-profile case after Felix Fellows of a potential new Rootree being added to the Clancy Trust. Instead of claiming herself a Rootree, however, she claimed she'd slept with Guy Hudson and that her daughter was a Rootree. The accusation came during the height of Rootree mania and began with a brief TV interview. She appeared in the shadows with a disguised voice and promoted an article about herself in News Time. In In the TV interview and the article, she referred to her daughter as Jane Doe Rootree. The name Anonymom was not self-inflicted. It appeared to spring up organically because nobody knew how else to refer to her. The day after the Newstime article, Sam Madsen publicly supported Anonymom due to some parts of the story she found particularly credible. With the momentum from Sam's endorsement, Anonymom went on a media blitz. Ultimately, this backfired. As more details came out, people became skeptical of her story due to the extreme similarity to 5Ps. Her accusation even included many of the same details as his mother's story. This included her job as secretary and the time period, late 70s. After fumbling the 5Ps story so publicly, the Roottrees were more prepared to handle all Clancy Trust-related cases. Within a week, a DNA test proved that Anonymom's daughter could not be related to the Roottrees. This was announced at a joint press conference with lawyers representing both Anonymom and Roottrees. Each party ensured their respective clients provided accurate samples. Immediately after the negative results were released, many of those who had already been skeptical felt vindicated. Others, who had built up hope that history could repeat itself after 5Ps, felt duped. Many people suspected the whole affair had been a hoax to gain fame and money. Many demanded that Anonymom be held accountable, and some people even began to attempt to track down her true identity. The Rootree company felt pressured to put out a second statement to try to curb some of the backlash, even going so far as to say, though it was scientifically proven that Jane Doe Rootree is not a Rootree, this doesn't mean that her mother and Guy Hudson were not involved in an affair. Aha! She had every right to make her claim, as it has been verified that her stories about Guy Hudson were not exaggerations. Please leave her family alone. Many people claim this high-profile anticlimax and public backlash was the beginning of the end for Rootree mania, since much of the fun was the shared fascination about secret Roottrees. Others think that, like any fad, it just ran its course naturally. Regardless, this was the final notable event related to the release of 6 Pieces, and things soon went back to normal. Jane Doe Rootree has already been eliminated as a potential new Rootree by the company's lawyers, who are the ones verifying your work. Anonymom's affair does not appear on your updated tree. Aha! So they're telling us we don't have to fill that in. Okay. Something Anastasia and the Romanovs. Public zeitgeist is indeed fickle, yes. But this doesn't mean we shouldn't dig into this, even though we don't have to fill in the tree. There could be some the day after the news, Sam Madsen publicly supports. So we need to do search on Sam for anything new. Search on Jane Doe. Search in the article for all 3 of these. Alright, let's start with Jane Doe. That leads back to this. Okay. Right. It's remixed. I think we've read this. Yes, we've read this. Okay. And then news time. I'm not going to be able to properly. I'm having enough trouble pronouncing it, let alone spelling it. Here we go. An anonymous woman appeared on the cover of Newstime holding a picture of her daughter Jane Doe Rootree. First and only mention of the phrase anon. Apology. A summary of the initial cover article has been added. Okay. And then It was determined through a DNA test that Anonymom's daughter was not a Rootree. This article, which did refer to her daughter as Jane Doe Rootree, but did not coin the phrase, came before all that, right around the time of her first TV interview. This is a summary. The only thing thicker than the taffy from that candy company were the lies. They told me I didn't have to worry about false positives and loose ends. But it was Sunday, the day I always dug deepest. Nice. An anonymous woman appeared on the cover of Newstime shortly after 5Ps was confirmed to be a member of the Rootree family. In an homage to the previous cover, she holds a photo of her daughter. Unlike 5Ps, she wished to remain anonymous, and both photos were obscured. The anonymous woman claimed to have had an affair with Guy Hudson while she was working as his secretary. She and another woman were hired at the same time. During a transition period, while many of the secretaries that had worked under Zach Morden were already gone, she says that she and the other woman were both underqualified, as neither had typewriter experience. According to other staff members interviewed, Guy had his own requirements for hiring women. Huge tracts of land. Cue close-up of swirling cigarette smoke drifting past dingy blinds. Dingy. There you go. Guy Hudson liked to throw lavish parties, and the longer he was president, the more excuses he found. The anonymous woman posits that these parties mostly seem to be an excuse to have after parties at Guy's home, featuring much more alcohol and other substances. She claims she slept with him at one of these after parties. She confronted Guy when she found out she was pregnant. Guy didn't seem fazed, and they came to an arrangement. He paid her a significant amount of hush money on a recurring basis under the table. She used it to move away and start a new life with her daughter. When Guy died, the money stopped coming, and she assumed things had run their course. She went back to work at the department store and hoped that nobody would ever look too closely at how she paid for her house. She told everyone that her daughter's father walked out one day and never came back. She claimed that after seeing the fantastic article in Newstime, she realized that she wasn't the only one this happened to. While she never worked at the Rootree company at the same time as 5P's mother, Joanna, their stories seemed eerily similar, and she knew Felix was telling the truth right away. The article presented no tangible evidence of the anonymous woman's time at Rootree, and all of the payments were allegedly made in cash. However, using details that she provided to Newstime, their reporters were able to reach out to the other woman hired at the same time, who also remained anonymous. They successfully fact-checked the timeline of both women and confirmed the existence of the infamous after-parties. 5P's case was strengthened, and this new story was subsequently published. Now, the other woman might be something we need to look into somehow. But they did say that also, Family Tree Update, 1998. So there was an affair just last year. Okay. And then there was possibly 1921 and 1949. Oh, you know what? They talked about 1921. That would be Elias. I'll bet you that's Elias that we're going to look into. Okay. And then, didn't they say there was another one? What was the article where they hinted that Elias had an affair? Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Somewhere there was a mention that Elias had an affair. I'm trying to find that article. Shoot. What was that in reference to? I don't remember. Where did I see that? Maybe it wasn't here. Mr. Rafferty's prodigy site seemed to have been discovered by the masses. Gone are the art pictures of his cousins. Instead, it's a list of questions that people kept emailing him. The most relevant ones are the following. Are you the son of Clark Rafferty? Yes, but I didn't grow up with him. I remember him from when I was young, from when I was a little kid, but I moved away when my mom and I was very young. We left Pennsylvania and moved back home to Virginia. We lived there with Pete, my stepdad. My dad and I spoke a few times when I found his phone number on a check he sent us in the mail when I was 15. He was happy to hear from me, and now he calls me once a month and came to visit me at college. He tells me about things I don't remember and people like Guy Hudson and Ernie Madsen. My dad and I get along, but obviously we aren't very close. Did you ever meet the Roottrees? I used to know the Roottrees, but never the sisters. I was in the office sometimes when I was a kid, and I definitely met Guy Hudson before he died, but I don't remember. My memory is weird. It's hard to know what I actually remember and what I only think I do because I have pictures. For example, I have a photo from when I was 5, and in the office with my dad and Guy... When I was 5 and in the office with my dad and Guy was there. I made myself sick by eating chocolate, and some woman who I don't know cleaned my face. I don't know if my memories that come from that picture or not. Photo has been added to your evidence. Ooh, nice. How did you have proof of Ernie Madsen's heart condition? I knew Ernie had a heart problem because my dad told me on one of our phone calls. I asked him about the poison because I saw it on the Roottrees Curse website, and he emailed some old stuff, including the proof, but even with the proof, the website didn't take it down. You spelled fiancé wrong. I'm not good at spelling or writing. I'm good at painting and other art. I'm going to school to learn about how to edit movies. I want to make cartoons someday. Lulu is much better at spelling. Okay, so we have a photo. New face, huh? Ah, alright, so this is another picture of Guy. Some woman cleaning... Okay. Interesting. Ooh. That's going to be important. That tattoo. There's Guy. I wonder if that could be Christine. It didn't give us 4 confirmations. See, I'm wondering if that's because I'm using their maiden... I'm not using their maiden name. How do we find their maiden names? Flower tattoo. flower tattoo. This has to do. Oh, we could fill in the other picture of him. That's funny. Same thing for here. Okay. There is some backlog information we can fill in, like Zach. Ah, interesting. Another picture of Zach, huh? There's something about Zach that we need to figure out. Okay. Might be here. Open the envelope when the whole family tree's been filled in. You'll have to be extra sleuthy this time around to deduce the truth. Pay close attention to what you find, and be sure to look into loose ends. Oh boy. Okay. Well, where do we go now? Has not yet returned to the United States, but when journalists reached out to him recently after the death of his mother, he had issued a blanket statement a few days ago. The death of my mother was hard on our family. My brother and I, after spending time together, caring for her and mourning, have finally made amends. It was a highly transformative few weeks when it came to our relationship. I'm in recovery from my addiction, and a major aspect of that process is that I wish to stay private. Hey, Michaela. All right. Oh, nope, that's not right. That wouldn't be Roottrees. Let's see. Maybe there's some more news about Zach Morden. Hey, Cog. Welcome in, everyone. Thank you so much for the raid, Cog. How was your stream? Thanks for shouting out, Cog. You don't want to use the cookies. Oh, goodness. How was your raid or stream, Cog? What were you up to tonight? Stream was okay? We died both in Deep Dungeon in 14 and your hardcore character in PoE 2. Ooh. Stream went well, games not so much. Oh, sorry to hear that. I am sorry to hear that. Is no, the new dungeon, the new Deep Dungeon releases on Tuesday? Is that right? Or is it already out? The new Deep Dungeon's on Tuesday. Okay. Gotcha. Are you excited for that? We will be racing for world first, so it's gonna be a thing for oh my god. Cog. 5:30 a.m. wake up call. Oh my goodness. And your birthday's on Wednesday, that's right. I'd heard about that. Mostly from Michaela. What's up with Mystery Sunday? Well, last week, we filled in everything on this family tree. So anything that's yellow has been confirmed. We got it. We got it right, essentially, right? So this is about a year later. After all this work we did, we helped. Turns out we were helping Samantha Roottrees put together information for a book that she wanted to publish because she was raised by Edward Clancy, who the family had disowned because he's gay. So she wanted to put together a book calling out essentially this generation and this generation, you know, and the patriarch and matriarch, you know, calling them out for their bullshit. So that's essentially what we were doing, was building the case. It was all on the pretense of this family had died in a plane crash, and they were trying to figure out who was legitimately an heir to the root tree. But turns out we were doing a different kind of investigation for Sam, right? So a year later, after her book comes out, and it talks about affairs and whatnot, turns out people have been coming out of the woodwork saying that, well, they're a member of the Roottrees family, so they should be getting some money as part of this trust fund that's only for the Roottrees family. And so now we have to fill in the affairs. So there was at least three actual family tree members have had affairs. Somebody was kind of busy in the late 70s, early 80s. 5 different affairs here. So now we're having to fill in who it is they had an affair with, who are their children, and can we prove or disprove, you know, the fact, who's who, essentially. So yeah, that's what we're working on today. So this all takes place in '99. So we're doing online searches via telephone line, dial-up connection. Yeah, it's been pretty fun. Here's where we go. That's right. This is what I was trying to remember. There is also a section where Sam speculates that Elias may have also cheated on Gwyneth. Right. Gwyneth, there's somebody named Beth. As far as Sam knows, Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth, a different Elizabeth than the supervisor from the farm, but she never met her. Different secretary. Bride was open a factory in Brazil. Ooh, that might be overseas. Yeah. I'm guessing we're gonna find some kind of information that it's like payroll, some kind of payroll list that would give us maiden names for these women. Because right now all we have are their married names, but I'm pretty sure we need their maiden names to properly fill in the tree, the board. So like Joanna married Riley Fellows, but all we can really fill in right now is Fellows. But when she was working as a, we don't know her given name, her birth name. Same thing for Christine. She married Stephen Garland, but what was her maiden name? I think that would be helpful if we could figure that out, but I'm not sure how we're going to get that information yet. You get some chow and lurk for a bit? All right, Cog. Thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. Enjoy your food. So, Christine's mother is Elizabeth. Elizabeth is a supervisor of the farm. How are we going to do this? What was the name of the farm? Actually, that might be helpful. I think it was like... I want to say Anderson? Was it Anderson? Is that her maiden name? Anderson. See if I can search that. Anderson Maple Farm. There we go. Elias and Gwyneth Roottrees were never really celebrities, but the general public's perception of them as classic faces associated with Roottrees Candy Company had always been in somewhat high regards. This was Elias's intention as a family man with his family brand. Since Six Pieces, the candy company has placed much less of an emphasis on Elias as a historical brand-connected figure. But there have been those who have argued that it was his right to decide how to split his inheritance and that he did nothing wrong. This has led to some heated television exchanges and countless op-eds. The first Anderson Maple Farm only used to be a popular tourist attraction during the summer months when it had special tours. However, it has since seen an explosion of off-season business as some religious and political groups decided to visit to show support for Elias and Gwyneth's traditional values and, quote, financial rights. This rise in support has in turn followed by pickets from gay rights activists, with some particularly inflammatory organizations made their pilgrimages. Amongst all this conflict, the farm has since shut down, seemingly indefinitely. The website says, check back later, but has no date listed. The quotes from Bess Williams' book appear to have been taken down. Bess Williams. Who was that? Was an author born in the late teens. She lived just outside of Miami and died tragically young in a major hurricane that struck the area in 26. Bess has a minor history with Roottrees. Her only notable book, Family Man, is widely considered blatant propaganda about Elias Roottree. It had been all but forgotten until recently when it was re-released during the height of Roottree mania. There's a site dedicated to hurricane statistics that also mentions Bess Williams. The Bocadoro Library, not far from where she lived, was partially destroyed in the hurricane. When they rebuilt, they named the non-fiction section after her. The library was expanded again in 1950 and then closed in 1963 when multiple larger libraries opened in the surrounding area that made it redundant. Bocadoro Library no longer exists. You find multiple libraries in the area. According to the website for the library system in Miami, the building where it once sat is now the Miami Print Museum. Searching for the Miami Print Museum, you come across their website. It states their hours and lists of exhibits. The building is very small, admission is free, and they only have room for a few different displays. One of the exhibits in their courtyard, which includes a fountain as well as a statue of an unknown author. The picture has been added to your evidence. Another is a printing press that was used by the Miami Sunday, a now defunct weekly newspaper. The last is the original print of Cuba by Cubans, an art book. Okay. The Miami Sunday. Hang on. Let's see if this yields anything here. It merged with another periodical and became the Miami Mercury Sunday. Newspaper that lasted only a year from 49 to 1950. Find a small website about quirky printing history facts that mentioned that the Miami Mercury Sunday was the outcome of merging two smaller failing newspapers. This resulted in one larger failing newspaper, which was only notable to the author because by combining the names the way they did, it was tied for the longest title of an American newspaper at the time with a newspaper in Jefferson, Texas. Miami Mercury Sunday. Wait, so is Miami Mercury? Aha! Miami Mercury is now a defunct newspaper that merged with the Miami Sunday. Yep. Seems at some point during the process, it was at least partially archived and available via your periodical search. Nice. Okay. That is helpful. So let's go back to this here. Okay, so Family Man by Bess Williams. We need to search that up. Nonfiction, a reprinting of an old book about Elias Roottrees. It's blatant corporate propaganda. Okay. Blatant corporate propaganda. This is a statue in the front of the Miami Print Museum, North Miami. It sits in the courtyard. According to their site, it's said to be a statue. It's going to be related to somebody. Okay. Maybe Bess? Maybe that's Bess. New picture of Elias Roottrees. Okay. The dictionary defines propaganda as information, especially of a biased or misleading nature, used to promote or publicize a particular political cause or point of view. But if they were to replace that definition with a picture, it would be a picture of this book. The book tells you nothing new about Elias, and from what you know of his true feelings towards some of his extended family, you're not sure it tells you anything true about Elias either. The reissue of this book was so lazy that they reused the famous photo of Elias from Business Watch, whose copyright had expired. The best thing it has going for it is that it's only 85 pages long. Jeez. All right. I'm guessing that was all to get a picture of Elias here. I didn't fill in. Really? Oh, well, technically, probably only have 3 done because we don't know what their maiden names are here. Okay. The Bocador Library, not far from where she lived, was partially destroyed in the hurricane. When they rebuilt, they named the non-fiction section after her. The library was expanded again in 50 and then closed in 63 when multiple larger libraries opened in the surrounding area that made it redundant. When we searched this... libraries in the area, Greg. Cuba by Cubans. Okay, hang on. We need to search that, but... I had to guess. This is going to be Bess Williams. Yes! Ha! All right, making progress. Confirmation.
Has
There's
Clark
Sam.
reached out to you? Well, let me give you a short history lesson about the last few months of my life. 3 different people contacted me, claiming that somewhere in their history, they might be Roottrees. First, that young man, the rapper. I ignored that one. He seemed dubious. But then I saw the news. I felt terrible. So I began helping the others. Because my doubts with Felix were so misfounded, I ended up putting too much faith in the second person that approached me. I went to the media prematurely. I admit my mistake there. But the third person who contacted me also had a credible case. Before I could help, the company got to them somehow. The fact that the family silenced them doesn't seem to fill me with hope when it comes to Clark's intentions. But you're making progress based on the leads he gave you. It's really hard for me to get a read on him. I'll let you handle it. I've sent you the case I've been working on, and some company records I managed to track down. The records are quite dense, but hopefully they're useful. Good luck.
Company records with payroll information? Oh boy. That's when the case blew up. All right. Before I forget, we have an art book. So Cuba by Cuban is a book of paintings of Cuba released in 1963. It's credited to Marcia Barbin. At first glance, it doesn't seem related to your search in any way. At first glance, well, why don't we take a second glance? Just in case. Book of paintings. On second glance, it still doesn't seem related to your search in any way. Damn it, game. How'd they know? All right. I see you, game. All right. This photo was given to you by Sam Madison. A woman named Regina Clementine came to her and claimed that her husband has confessed he thinks he's a Roottrie. The details of this case can be found in your evidence. Stuart is the older boy wearing a vest. The woman in the photo is Mary Beth Clementine, a singer who may have had an affair with Miracle Roottrie. Ha! I had a feeling Miracle was going to be the other person who had an affair. It was kind of one of those, methinks thou dost protest too much. Okay, so Stuart is the older boy wearing the vest. Got it. And the woman in the photo is Mary Beth Clementine, a singer, who may have had an affair with Miracle Roottrie. So Regina Clementine came to her and claimed that her husband, okay, we don't know which son she's married to. So Regina is the wife of one of these two, probably Stewart's. That's why they probably brought it up. But we're not sure who this is yet. The preachy preachers had to have some illicit shit going on, right? So real quick. But when was that affair? That's probably this one, huh? Clementine's gonna be her. Hang on. Wait. Okay. So Clementine Singer. So Clementine is not her maiden name. Again, we got to figure out the maiden name. That might be her husband. Okay. Could be the other way around. Well, they didn't say they're split up. Okay. But we got more info to dig up here. It's Regina's email. Okay, so from 6 pieces. Projet to genealogy genie. This is all the information I have about Regina Clementine. They Salazar from New Orleans, Louisiana, and her husband Stuart Clementine. So actually Regina, would that be her maiden? Would that be Regina's maiden name? What's the Roottrees use surnames from birth, even if the person changed their last name after marriage. She wrote me about a month ago. Apparently the Roottrees lawyers went after her since then. By the time I received her letter and called her, she told me she couldn't cooperate anymore. Her husband, who was a police officer and never knew his father, told her he thought he might be a Roottree. But it could be over here. We need to know if they have kids. No, they're still married. No, they're not split up. I told her he might, but he's estranged from his family and didn't want to pursue it because he had no proof. She wrote to me behind his back. Normally, I wouldn't be so sure, but she had some pretty credible facts. Some of it I've been able to confirm. Stuart's mother was named Mary Beth Clementine. She was pretty well known in the 30s and 50s, a singer who went on tour to a lot of churches. You can look her up online. And she was a pretty big proponent of adoption. I know for a fact that she came to Butler County a few times. I remember her from when I was younger. And Regina said that Stuart told her that they always seem to spend a lot of time at the Miracle Church. Everybody wants to be a Roottrie, yeah. She sent me a photo to prove that she's who she says she is. I've attached it to this email. Sam Madison, 6 pieces or sweet. Oh no, please consider. Okay. So we need to look this up. Okay, Mary Beth Clementine was a singer, most popular in the years between 42 and 59. She traveled around the country performing at churches. Her repertoire was a mix of religious and popular songs. And although she recorded a few records, they seem lost to time. The only one you find mentioned was a cover of He's Got the Whole World in His Hands, released under the label New Edison. Okay, a couple things to search there. One thing Mary Beth was known for was her adoptions. She listed on many sites that mention adoption. She's listed on many sites that mention adoption and the history of adoption. She adopted 2 children in the late 40s, Stuart and Mark. Stuart. She also spoke as an advocate for the benefits of adoption in front of the United States Congress in 1949. Who were convening to debate and discuss the then recent first adoption of an African American child to a white family in the United States. She was specifically there to detail her experience going through the system to adopt Stuart. Her other son was adopted later, and according to a single line on one adoption site under unusual circumstances. Okay. In 1959, it surfaced that Mary Beth had been twice divorced, both times to her manager, Sterling. This ended her career with the religious audience she had been catering to, and while she performed occasionally since then, she mostly faded into obscurity. Marky Mark be illegitimate? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not trying to take that. Because she adopted Mark, but then is the unusual circumstances that Mark is actually legitimate, technically? Or is... I don't know. Mary Beth passed away in 1994 at the age of 76 of a stroke. Okay, let's... Her manager, Sterling. Now, is Sterling a first name? So are we talking like Sterling Clementine? Okay. Alright, hang on. He's got the whole world in his hands. Released under the label New Edison. New Edison was a small record label based in Los Angeles that existed for a few years in the 1940s. It raced to release cover records of songs that were gaining in popularity. According to a website about the history of the record's sound, it was named after its founder, Sterling Edison. Aha. Its biggest claim to fame is being sued by the estate of Thomas Edison in Edison Records versus Edsel. Edsel? Okay, hang on. You find a few references to New Edison and Mary Beth Clementine on sites about the old records. One collector says that the Holy Grail is a re-release of The Old Rugged Cross and says that the first edition was originally published before she legally changed her name. Okay. We have a name change that we gotta pay attention to here. Okay. Another site claims that the police had to be called to New Edison Records after its owner, Sterling Edison, got in a physical altercation in public, leading to a divorce. There are no cited sources or evidence that the site's content seems user submitted. There's an email address at the bottom and the phrase, "Send me your stories about old Hollywood and I'll add them to the page." What's the email address? Okay, hang on. So, oh geez. Sterling Edison. Had been twice divorced, both times to her manager. She divorced her husband twice? Okay. Okay, New Edison was smaller. Sterling is okay. So this gives us the same thing. So let's see what this is about. Edison Records was one of the first record labels named after Thomas Edison. The history of the company seems very unimportant, except for potentially a lawsuit they filed in '49. Edison Records versus Edsel. A website about lawsuits mentions this as a fun case because the name of the lawsuit was actually the biggest problem for the person being sued. A record producer who called himself Edison was immediately outed as not actually being named Edison. God damn it. Edsel was a German last name, and at the time of the founding of the company, the US was at war with Germany. The company's founder immediately settled to try to get the case to go away, but the damage was done. He's actually Sterling Edsel. So, name change. Mary Beth. So this might actually be her last name. Her maiden name. Maybe. Okay, and says that the first edition was originally published before she legally changed her name. Oh, no, hang on. Yeah, track down the song. Yeah, let's go see if we can find this. Okay, the old record, popular hymn that has been covered by many, many artists. You won't find much information about it online. Well, I think we're gonna have to come back to that. Seems like you're right. I don't think. Oh, try first edition? Yeah, maybe. Wait, maybe a periodical. Wasn't there a music? Yeah, Music Times. Modern Music Monthly. Clementine released that old record for New Edison, and it was advertised quite a few times. When it was first reviewed by magazine, however, it listed the artist as Mary Beth Quaker. Ta-da! Hey. Oh man, there's a whole lot of name changing going on there. Woo! So what's with the name change, though? I wonder why she did Clementine. She had twice been divorced from Sterling Edison. Where did Clementine come from? All right. Company records. Here we go. Oh boy. This is where we're going to get some few names. You were given some partial staff records to cross-reference by Sam Madsen. These records are based on old tax mailing information and only detail the employees that work directly for the Roottrees or in their corporate office. The many laborers on their farms and in their factories are not listed. Damn it. We kind of need some of that. All right. You're not sure how helpful it will be except for cross-referencing guys, secretaries, and visits overseas. Yes. Spider searching people just because they are listed in these books will likely be very time-consuming and a waste of your time. Need input! I know, right? Okay, so we have leadership. Zach Morden, Special Management, Ernest Madsen Jr. Office staff. We got Edward Roottree, Lloyd Carpenter, Carl Monroe, Elizabeth Cravensworth. Okay, now, that is very good to know. To start, now, Elizabeth Cravensworth. Hang on. Let me backtrack this. Okay. One of Sam's farm supervisors was Elizabeth. Okay, so that's the farm supervisor, that Elizabeth. Okay. But there is a Beth or an Elizabeth here. Her son Ernie once asked who's Beth because he overheard them yelling about someone with that name. Oh, that's that's about Elias and Gwyneth. Okay. And there was something about... Hey, Bubbler. Okay. Come back to the... Okay, so there's a... Okay, product management. We got Elias C. Rucci, Fred Cross, Albert Cross, Douglas Rosenberg. Secretaries. We got Juliet McMullen, Joanna Robertson, Doris Mays, Beth Knox. Farm and manufacturing, Samantha Madsen. Wait a minute, I thought they just said... Wait a minute. The many laborers on their farms and in their factories are not listed. Oh, the laborers. But a supervisor and Elizabeth Farrows, who's a supervisor at the farm, would be listed. So we got Samantha Madsen, John Miller, Elizabeth Farrow, Thomas Green, Fred Gleason, Stuart Todd, Sam Harmon, Robert Logan, Michael Crane, Jack Keatings. Major expenses, none. So Elizabeth Farrow, who was a supervisor, probably put her maiden name is Farrow. So right now I have something. So we've got, I'm pretty sure about that one, pretty sure about that one, feeling pretty good about that one. So that's 1, 2, 3. Makes me think we've missed something here. Okay, keep going. So this is 70. So that was 75. This is 76 to 77. In 1977, it was announced that Zach would be retiring and Guy would be taking over at the start of 78. They held a retirement party in November before spending the final month working on the transition. During 76 and 77, the following changes took place. So leadership, 77. Guy Hudson has replaced Ernest Madsen Jr. as special management. Office staff. Patrick Decker was hired. Production manager. Lysy Roottrees is no longer employed by Roottrees. Ernest Madsen Jr. is now listed under product management. Christine Farrow was hired. In 76. Oh. Joanna Robertson is no longer listed amongst the secretaries, but a Joanna Fellows has been added to the list. And then 77, Joanna Fellows and Beth Knox are no longer employed by Roottrees. Christine Farrow is no longer listed amongst the secretaries, but a Christine Garland has been hired. Wait, what? $77? They did say, oh, they did say she went back to being a secretary. She must have gone back to the company after she eloped. Okay. John Miller, no longer employed by Roottrees. 76, Gwyneth Madsen was hired. 76, Beth Knox, 50-year work anniversary bonus, 50 grand. Zach Morton, retirement party, 20 grand. Wait a minute. Beth Knox had been working there for 50 years? '77. Since 1927? Oh. Bess. Wait, no, that's right. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, this is a family tree update. This isn't an info. Okay. But that doesn't seem right either. Wait a minute. 2 people on the family tree got married? Yeah, so this symbol, this person is also on the original tree. So, 2 people on the original tree up here apparently got married.
Yo Heiko Mycheard. X100. Diamond. Gago. Diamond.
Oh, yo, hey, thank you so much for the bits. All right. I'm guessing. It's gonna be something like 2 of the youngest generation of Roottrees, right? It would be most likely. They're the furthest apart, at least. Okay. I just realized that. So this is not a case of infidelity. This is all infidelity. These are infidelity. You bite your thumb at me, sir? No, but I do bite my thumb in horror. Okay. So going back to this, I think we figured out Christine Farrow. That's her maiden name. I think we got that right. Now, Joanna Robertson is no longer listed amongst the secretaries, but a Joanna Fellows has been added to the list. I think Joanna's maiden name is Robertson. I think that's our takeaway. Hell yeah. Booyah. Okay. So, still didn't get this correct. And it could be because of the picture. I don't actually know that this is her. It was merely a guess. That picture is from this one. Chris Rafferty's talking about, oh, he's talking, oh yeah, we could get a time period here. Chris is talking about "5 years old, in the office with my dad, and Guy was there." 5 years old. In the office with his dad. Do we have his date of birth? I was wondering. So we're talking about, it's this guy right here, Chris Rafferty. Oh, wait. Could this be... No, it says they're married. Never mind. It actually says they're married. I thought at the time when we were investigating this, they talked about fiance being misspelled. But maybe... Anyways. Chris, yeah, when was he was having an affair with Jane. No. Chris is Jane's son. That's right. Clark was cheating on Jane with the youngest LaRue, and they ended up getting married and having 2 daughters. That's what it was. Chris. Yeah, boy. Unsure. Alright. Keep going. This we could pay attention in here if we see mention of Clark, because Clark would be at the office. That could help us kind of get a. Because Clark started doing advertising and working with the family business once he was, he was up and going. Okay. In 78, Guy Hudson took over. This began a particularly volatile period in the company's staffing. Many travel expenses were listed. Guy began trying to develop new 5-piece flavors. The following changes were recorded. Okay. 1978, leadership. Guy Hudson replaces Zachariah Morton. We need that. Office staff. Okay. 79. Edward Roottree, Elizabeth Cravensworth, and Lloyd Carpenter are no longer employed by Roottree. And then 79, Raffertoons is now listed as office staff. 79. Now, that's the company that Clark owns, if I remember right. Too many people boinking other people. I know. Okay. Albert Cross and Fred Cross are no longer employed by Roottrees. Okay. 78. Christine Garland no longer working for Roottrees. Just use a sign-up sheet, people. I know. 78. Beatrice Watts and Corinne Schwartz were hired. Juliet McCullen and Doris Mays are no longer employed by Roottrees. Sorry, that's giving me a hiccup because as soon as I see Doris and part of this, I want to think Doris Day. My brain is... It's not Doris Day. Doris Mays are no longer employed by Roottrees. You were just thinking the same. I know. Okay, 79. Lisa Lewis and Valerie Ewing were hired. Folks, I hate to say this. All 6 of these names are now suspect of as having had an affair with Guy Hudson. They all fall in the right time period. Thomas Green, Michael Crane, Elizabeth Farrow, and Jack Keatings are no longer employed by Roottrees. Emily Seinfeld and Sam Cattrall were hired. Robert Logan is no longer employed by Roottrees. William Sams hired. Special Services Interpreter. Susan Ford hired under special category that only existed for 1 year. Major expenses. Here we go. 1978 Presidential Office refurbishment, 52 grand. 5-piece flavor development, caviar, 10,000 a month. Edward Roottree retirement party, 7,500. Christmas tree bash, 7,500. New Year's Eve ball, 7,500. Travel expenses to Australia, China, France, Brazil, 190 grand. 5-piece flavor development, butterscotch, 10,000 a month. 5-piece flavor development, caviar, still working on that caviar. 4th of July spectacular. New Year's Eve ball. Okay. So that was 78 to 79. This is 80 to 81. The volatility continued. Many new employees didn't tend to stick around very long. Following changes were recorded. 1980. Terry O'Connor was hired. Susan Ford has been moved to office staff. Oh. The interpreter is now on the office staff. Douglas Rosenberg is no longer employed by Roottrees. Edward Morrison and Robert Andrews were hired. Edward Morrison is no longer employed by Roottrees. He lasted a year. Secretaries, Corin Schwartz and Beatrice Watts are no longer employed by Roottrees. Linda Lewis and Angela Ingram were hired. Lisa Lewis and Valerie Ewing are no longer employed. Catherine Garrett was hired. Guy Hudson died in May of 82, so the first few months of that year continued along the same pattern as they had been. Things quickly changed when Ernie took over. Most of the extraneous expenses ended, and all the secretaries, most handpicked by Guy Hudson, were let go. Sam Madsen left Roottrees in 84, so this is the last set of books you have access to. Following changes were recorded. Ernest Madsen Jr. replaces Guy Hudson. Carl Roottrees joins as special management. Susan Ford, no longer employed. 83 and 84, no change, no change. This is 82. In 82, Ernest Madsen Jr. no longer works in this department. And Douglas Rosenberg was rehired. 82, Angela Ingram, Linda Lewis, Catherine Garrett, no longer employed by Roottrees. Secretaries. From here on out, no secretaries are directly employed by Roottrees. Roottrees instead uses a temp agency called Work Time Temp. Ooh. Okay. 1982, Victor Logan was hired. Stuart Todd is no longer employed by Roottrees. Amy Sutton was hired. This is farm and manufacturing. Sam Madsen is no longer employed by Roottrees. Major expenses. 5-piece flavored development sugar plum, 20 grand a year. Canceled after 5 months, 100 grand total. Strawberry, canceled after 5 months. Zigua, canceled. Butterscotch, canceled. Caviar, canceled. Then they had the New Year's Eve ball in 82. Fred Gleason, 50-year work anniversary bonus, 50 grand. Wow. And then Root clothing reimbursement, Carl Roottrees, $1 million. Okay. Worktime Temp is a company with many of offices all over the United States. The Roottrees Candy Company is listed on their site as one of the companies they do business with, though it's far from the only one you recognize. As far as you can tell, there's no connection between Worktime Temp and anyone related to your search. Okay, cool. Knock that out. Okay. Well... not sure where to go. The next set of updates. Oh boy. Okay. Yep. But we're gonna take a short break. Can I get 50K work bonus? After working for 50 years? In the current timeline? Yeah, geez. Yeah, 50K bonus? That'd be nice. Alright, would you guys like to play Words on Stream? Gartic? Listen to music? What sounds good? Dealer's choice, huh? Well, could try Gartic. Haven't played that in a while. Okay, for anyone who's not played Gartic before, it's basically group Pictionary. You'll see 9 things being drawn on screen. Just type in chat whatever it is you think is being drawn. There's no penalties for incorrect guesses, so guess away. Yeah. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. I'm back. There we go. It was a time. All right. So some serious digging to do still. Okay, so Stuart is a police officer. He might be in the news. It's possible. Could try that. How do you spell that? All right, Clementine isn't that popular of a last name, and you managed to find a Stuart Clementine listed as one of many names on an emergency services website in New Orleans. It seems he's a police officer. He has no web presence. Okay. There is this about the Miami Mercury, which I forgot about. This continued in 1949. Okay. 1949. We're going to want to focus on this search, yeah. So let's try... Beth. Okay. Oh wait, no, it's Miami and Florida. No, this would be... It was related, sorry, it was related to Bess Williams. Miami Mercury had an article about Bess Williams' section in the Bocador Library when it was being built in 1928. It mentions that Bess's young son, now an orphan, was in attendance during the dedication. As a son. Okay. It also had a later mention from 1949, the last year the paper existed, about a bidding war for a planned expansion of the library in 1950. The bidding was won by Wildcat Construction and included a new statue, fountain, and a second room that was dubbed its shelf count. That would double its shelf count. Okay. 28. So maybe this is related to the son, Wildcat Construction. Maybe the bidding war has to do with her son. It's listed in some historical records as having worked on many buildings in the Miami, Florida area. It seems has ceased operations in the 1960s. Fixed up his mom's library. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. All right, so... Okay. Wildcat Construction was mentioned once in an article you've already seen about the expansion of the library. It was also mentioned earlier in 1947 under the headline, Constructing a Better World. Oh, okay. Frank Wildcat Williams left Florida in 1941, a construction worker, and returned a hero. He won the Navy Cross for his bravery and sacrifice, having carried a fellow soldier to safety under heavy Nazi fire. Now he and his wife Ophelia are carrying his fellow soldiers through tough times at home. Okay, Wildcat Construction is Frank's company, focused on creating opportunities for soldiers finding difficulty getting back to normal. Ophelia has handled outreach to the wives of local veterans, who are often able to provide insight into their husband's needs and conditions. She has, through such outreach, found 13 veterans of the war to serve as Frank's employees. The community support has been unendingly and overwhelmingly positive. It has gotten to the point where if Frank bids on a project, other local companies have decided to step back and let his soldiers handle it. This has become a bit of a sore spot for local politicians and business owners, as the bids are often not as low as they expected. The problem for them is that essentially, Frank has a selective monopoly, but any attempt to circumvent it has caused an uproar and accusations of being un-American. Ooh. It's uncertain what will become of Wildcat Construction, but at least for now, we're rooting for them. Okay, so Frank Williams. I think this is safe to say. Pretty good guess. This is Frank Williams. Construction. Ophelia. Unknown what her maiden name would be, though. So looks like they adopted somebody. They had a child, adopted somebody, John Doe. So they had a daughter. And this kid had a daughter, and then they must have adopted the daughter. And the daughter had a child, or... Yeah, why the line here? Have we seen that before? I feel like we have. Yeah, what was the case here? It's Caroline's daughter, and Eloise adopted her. Okay, that's what it is. So okay. Let's see where we got here. Ophelia. Let's see if we can find something about Ophelia. Headline. So we want to search Ophelia and this headline. So $41. Ophelia. Wait a minute. Ophelia. 41. I think Ophelia was... I wonder if Ophelia happened to have been employed by the Roottrees. As a secretary. No, that... that wouldn't make as much sense because... However, there is a Beth Knox that has worked there since 1926. Yeah. Okay. Why the line here is becoming an ominous question? Yeah. Yeah. How would we get a... Aha! Frank Wildcat Williams is listed on a few different military history websites. He was awarded a Navy Cross Medal in World War II. And the story goes that even after being struck in the arm with a bullet, he managed to carry a fellow soldier through enemy territory on his shoulders over 2 miles. He died in 1996, age 74, in a retirement community in Sweetwater, Florida. An obituary on the website of a local news channel that was written by his surviving family also sheds light on some of his personal life. He grew up an orphan because his family died in a hurricane when he was very young. He could barely remember his mother and had no memory of his father. After the war, he ran a construction company that mainly hired World War II veterans and did a lot of jobs in and around the greater Miami area. He was a born joker, a shining light to those veterans who needed it most. An anecdote mentions that he used to insist he married his wife Ophelia as a matter of courtesy and convenience. She wouldn't have to change her last name. Oh, well, that answers that question. Nice. Okay. A photo is attached of Frank in his youth, juggling hammers in front of one of his construction sites, as he was often known to do. According to the article, he is survived by Ophelia, as well as his daughters, Barb and Sharon Williams. Aha! Now, I guess they're saying that either Barb or Sharon were adopted. I guess that's what they're saying. Okay. Juggling hammers at a construction site. Oh, there's the statue. Okay. But now, we don't know who was older between Barb and Sharon. I'm guessing Barb is older because they usually you list them in order of birth, even in obituaries. That's a complete guess. Now, because Sharon was adopted, her birth or whoever was adopted, their birth name might not be Williams then. Okay. Oh, Barb Williams is a motivational speaker, and she has a website that explains the services she offers. Her company's address is listed as in Coconut Grove, Florida. Flyer has been added to your evidence. Hey, look at that. Okay. Okay, overcoming adversity with Barb Williams. Her story will surprise you, uplift you, then energize you. Greta Jones, Morning News. A lesson that anyone can take something away from. Vic Elmsworth. Kikiwa Falls Gazette. And an intimate evening with a truly wonderful message. Isabel Crosby, Benton County, Superintendent Benton. Book Barb for corporate retreats, church events, or even school assemblies. She can customize her message for any audience. Barb Williams advertises her career as a motivational speaker online. This flyer included 3 different testimonials from Greta Jones, Vic Elmsworth, and Isabel Crosby. Benton County. Okay. Hang on. Guessing this is Barb. Motivational speaker. Public speaker? Yeah, I guess so. Search Greta Jones. That's fine. Greta Jones is, according to the flyer in your possession, the morning news anchor. Unfortunately, WQTV-12 has no online web presence whatsoever. You do find it listed on a giant list of television call signs next to the city Springfield under the heading Effingham County. You may need to do a deeper dive on a specific city and state to see if any locals have discussed the news in that area. Okay, let's search. Is the name of 2 different counties in the United States, one in Georgia, the other in Illinois. You'll probably need to append a state name. Alright, well, we know that it's Illinois. Springfield is the capital of Illinois, but after perusing some of the results, you find that it is not located in Effingham County. Located in Sangamon County, as far as you can tell by doing some basic searching of businesses in the area. None of the people you've been investigating are located there. So Greta Jones did a news on this Channel 12, but it's listed on a giant list of television call signs next to the city of Springfield under the heading Effingham County. Oh, I'm assuming Illinois. It's not Illinois. It is Georgia. There is a Springfield in Effingham County, Georgia. When you refine your search to television in and around Springfield, Georgia, you come across a website that lists different channels available there. The list seems to not only feature broadcasts with female news anchors. The person who runs the website has ranked each using 3 categories, none are relevant to journalism. One of the entries is Channel 12, the news anchor listed as Greta Flores. Okay, Channel 12. Flores. Greta Jones. Wait. What? Greta Flores is a news anchor who apparently used to go by Greta Jones before her divorce. Compared to the ordeal you've gone through to simply figure out her current name, it's way easier than you expect to find that she has a website of her accomplishments. She was apparently the MC for an all-female speaking tour in 1977. The tour was called Storytellers of Sisterhood, the Mothers and Daughters of Earth. You do a search for it, and it seems some of the stories she compiled into a book simply titled 25 Stories of Sisterhood by Alea Hale. What is this? Bizarre twist. Thank you. Okay. Wait, what? Oh, did I? Oh. Did I mistype that? Sorry. Snowball, is that right? Ayla. There we go. Non-fiction anthology. Ooh, we got something printed. This is an anthology of stories told on a few different Storytellers of Sisterhood tours. It contains direct transcripts of the most well-received stories told on stage. Ayla Hale is the editor, not the sole author. One of the stories by Barb Williams has been added to your evidence. Yohei put it in chat for you and everything. Ironic of me to typo Yohei's name there. Yeah, I was just gonna say, was that on purpose? Oh gosh. The Beauty and the Brat. Yes, absolutely. Okay, The Beauty and the Brat. What was the difference between Sherry, the brat, and Sharon, the beauty? Is it nature, nurture, a better education, different opportunities? The answer is nothing. There was no difference because my sister and my daughter are the same girl. Oh shit. What? Is that why the weird line? Wait, what? I met a boy at a county fair. unlike us, he lived in the nice part of town. He went to the good school. To a teenage girl, it felt like a fairy tale. But there were boxes all over his house. He was moving in 3 days. Those 3 days were heaven to me. The final night, he surprised me. He told me he could actually see me again soon. He planned to return to visit his grandparents. Oops. I thought I was giving him a reason to keep his promise. I never saw him again, and when I finally got desperate enough to ask around, a friend of a friend told me he hadn't even given me his real last name. Barb Williams had a transcript of a story she told on stage, published in a book. The first part of her story focuses on two 16-year-old girls. My sister Sherry was a brat, always sulking, often disobedient, never on time. She borrowed things without asking and even ran away from home only to sneak back the next day like nothing had changed. My daughter, Sharon, on the other hand, was a beautiful person. She had excellent marks in school, was intensely artistic and creative, and even volunteered at an animal rescue. She continues to tell stories of the two girls until she shifts the narrative. What was the difference between Sherry the brat and Sharon the beauty? Is it nature, nurture, better education, different opportunities? The answer is nothing. There was no difference because my sister and my daughter are the same girl. Barb reveals that her daughter was the result of an unexpected pregnancy when she was only 15. I met a boy at a county fair. Right, which we just read this part. Okay. Barb also talks about when she found out she was pregnant, I was convinced my life was over. But my parents, they took charge. I had to live at home and work a part-time job, but they removed the burden of motherhood. I managed to scrape out a degree in English, and as far as my daughter was concerned, I was her much older sister. They adopted her daughter. Okay. Gotcha. Barb uses the story to come to a conclusion. When I was younger, I thought my sister was the brat, and I wasn't wrong. But she ran away from home to work at that animal shelter. She borrowed my clothes for presentations at school, and her creativity allowed her to open up Sherry's hair. It took me far too long to realize the beauty was always there too. In fact, the brat and the beauty exist in all of us. It was my inner brat that kept me blind to the truth. And I'd like to say it's the beauty in me that's finally able to see what I was missing. I implore you to call upon the beauties in yourselves whenever the brat tries to take hold. Okay. So it would be Williams. And she's a hairstylist, right? Hairdresser? Paddle faster? I hear banjos. Whoa. Okay. So we got Sharon Williams, became a hairdresser. And we got all that from searching on this crazy Greta Flores. Okay, so that all started back here. Absolute rabbit hole, yeah. So now we gotta go down this side. Vic Elmsworth from the Kickewa Falls Gazette. There is no Kickewa Falls anywhere in the world that you can find. The closest thing to a Kickewa appears to be in New Zealand. Instead, a man named Chris Elmsworth has invented a small town newspaper as a conceptual art piece. The Kickewa Falls Gazette is a series of online articles about small restaurants, shows, and other tourist attractions all across the United States. This is presented as a monthly newspaper of small town America. What makes the Kickewa Falls Gazette a bit strange is that amongst the articles detailing real locations are occasional stories that present outlandish, inflammatory concepts in extremely mundane ways. For example, on the homepage right now is an article entitled "Mermaids Strike Back Against Lobster Farms" that, using very dry language, details the idea that the mermaids in Maine have begun to unionize in support of better benefits. There are no punchlines, and the articles are not marked in any differently from the rest. Unfortunately, each current issue of the paper is presented on the homepage. There are no archives of older issues. Man named Chris Elmsworth. Okay, hang on. All right, Yohei. Let's... Okay, we get the same thing there. However, it was Vic Elmsworth who wrote this article. Supposed article. Who's that? Vic Elmsworth, according to his own personal page, is apparently one of 3 brothers. All 3 of them are contributors to a newspaper called the Kickawa Falls Gazette, and he tends to focus more on the southeastern United States. All of the articles he's written are archived on his site, including the long-form version of the review for Barb Williams' motivational show from 1997. According to Victor, he had seen Barb talk more than once. On this particular occasion, Barb's talk was at a very large church, and it was clear she was an expert at matching the presentation of her concepts for any particular crowd, because she received a standing ovation. Barb started with a story about loss, specifically the loss of a bicyclist who had been hit by a car. She spoke about the death of any person as a darkness in their loved ones, a cold, empty void that begins to creep into a space where there once was light. Because the light could never return exactly how it once was, she says the only option is to nurture new sources of light to help fight back the darkness. Her conclusion was that finding the hidden meanings in tragedy is the most important thing we can do. She used multiple biblical comparisons and finished by looping back around to her initial story and how she personally began to come around to this ideology. The biker who died was her son-in-law. And the Lanes Across America charity was created to fill the newfound darkness her daughter experienced. It, the charity, was the light that began to fill the void, and she was doing everything she could to help nurture it. Okay. So, the biker who died was her son-in-law. Okay, so now we have a new lead. Lanes Across America. Lanes Across America, or LAA, is a charity focused on adding bike lanes to major cities. The pages and pages of news articles that mention Lanes Across America have a similar summary in them. LAA, formerly LAM, was founded in 1987 after the death of Drew Smith. Drew was biking home from work when he was hit by a car. Each year since, Lanes Across America has grown, and they now have offices in 12 major metropolitan areas, including Miami, where the charity began. So the charity began in Lanes Across Miami. Okay. The website for the charity has a picture of Drew. The photo has been added to evidence. Okay. So we have a picture of Drew now. Sorry. His name was Drew Smith. Drew Smith. Okay. Partial wedding photo for the website for a charity called Lanes Across America. The rest of the wedding party is cropped out. That's unfortunate. We're gonna need those. We're gonna need that information. The charity was founded after the death of Drew Smith. Featured in the photo. Okay. Drew Smith. Probably Andrew Smith. Okay. Oh. Okay. Gotcha. We have another. So either... Interesting. Okay, so let's try. So we could go back. So that was 87. Okay, lanes across. Okay, searching for lanes across my. Oh my god. Lanes across Miami. Does narrow down the pages and pages of articles you found earlier.
To the quad! And into the gymnasium! Come on, everybody! Woo! Come on! We're streaking!
Dell, thank you so much for the streams. 10 stream streak. I appreciate that. Hello. How are you doing? Does narrow down the pages and pages of articles you found earlier to only those with a more in-depth history about the charity. You found some additional information. LAM was formed in 1987 and became LAA in 1994. Okay. It was founded by Sharon Smith after the death of her husband. Sharon and some other board members stepped down in 92, and the current leadership took over. One of the oldest articles has a full, uncropped version of the same wedding photo from the LAA website. It seems that after Sharon left LAM, they began to crop her and the rest of her wedding party out of the photo to focus solely on Drew, who is the face of the charity. The full photo has been added to your inventory. I need another weekend to recoup from this one. Oh no! I hate it when that happens. What happened? Founded by Sharon Smith after the death of her husband. So we know that's Sharon. Sharon and some other board members stepped down in 92, and the current leadership took over. Board members. Sister went into the ER finally. She wasn't feeling well for days and well stubborn. Streak is strong with her. So much homework. Just need downtime. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that about your sister. Is she doing all right? She's doing fine now? Waiting to hear plan from docs. She's on meds for pain and slowly getting her diet sorted. Okay. Glad she's doing better. You know what? I assumed she was a hairdresser because of the previous article we had seen about her mom. So hang on. Let me go back and find that. Where did we see that? Okay, there's a Sherry's Hair in Orlando. The owner of the business is listed as Sherry oh my gosh. Yaszynski. Sherry has a large van and on the weekends can bring the style of Brittany, Christina, and even the Rachel to your door. The About Sherry section is very, very long and presented as one paragraph with multiple run-on sentences and no pictures. You get the sense that if she were to do your hair, she'd be doing a lot of talking. It mentions that her husband, Pete, was her late husband's college roommate. Ah, here we go. So... that's probably who this is. So she ended up marrying her late husband's college roommate. Okay. She and he had never spent any significant time together until she became a widow, and they built a charity together. They left the charity behind because it was growing beyond their ability to run it. She also brags about her kids, Tony, Mark, and Cricket. Her oldest, Tony, seems to get the short end of the stick. His two listed accomplishments are that he's the oldest, and he's a straight A student. Okay, hang on. Take this one at a time. It would be a Smith. Tony is short for Anthony. And probably a student of some kind. Mark, on the other hand, has multiple baseball accomplishments listed. Apparently, his Little League team is nationally recognized. Okay. Then we have Crickets. Who's probably also either a baby or a student. Apparently his little... Okay, Cricket York is near the end. Wait, what? York? It has an entire section dedicated to her. She's an actress on a local television show called Liberty Library, and the reason Sherry relocated from Miami to Orlando. Wait, what? Sherry, in addition to being hireable to come do your due, is a stylist for the show. The passage also mentions that her agent recommended they change her last name to York since it was easier to pronounce. The rest of the section describes how she got the part, but it seems unimportant to your search. Wait a minute. If she's an actress, these are in... It says Tony's the... What? She a child actress? Huh? Child actor, maybe? She is a hairdresser. Why isn't this working? Do I not have 4 properly filled out at this point? Oh, I don't. That's why. It's Still haven't. Need to get a fourth one done. I see. Okay, we've only got 3 technically. Okay. Well, this is her eldest. Yeah. Weird. Must be a child actor. Okay. Well, let's do a search on some of these things here. So we got. Apparently his Little League team is nationally recognized. Okay, so let's do... Little League team. Okay, local television show called Liberty Library. Liberty Library is a children's show filmed at a studio in Orlando, Florida. It has been on air since 1991. In the show, multiple adults and children interact with different animal puppets in a small town called Liberty. Unlike some of the other popular shows involving non-human performers, Sesame Street, this one isn't funded by the public. Instead, it's paid for by donations from businesses related to education. This includes textbook manufacturers like Corithmetic, tutoring companies such as EDUC82U, Educate You, want to bet it's pronounced library? Oh, it could be library. Yeah, because that would be so cute. You're probably right. As well as a few well-known publishers of picture books. Textbook manufacturer, tutoring company. Okay. From what you can find, it's syndicated in a few markets across the southern United States and in New Hampshire for some reason. Like most other children's entertainment, many of those that grew up with it tend to have fond memories. That works in your favor because the show has been documented by a few fan sites. There's even a library web ring, though it only has these 3 entries. You click through the sites in the ring and find that Cricket York joined the cast in '97 at the age of 5 and is still listed as a current cast member. A picture of Cricket has been, from one of her first episodes, has been added to evidence. Okay, well, now we have a picture of Cricket. That should help. Okay. Okay. Okay, this is a promotional shot of Cricket York and the puppet Poof Tail from 1997 when she was on a show called Library. According to the site you found it on, the theme of this episode tackled why some people needed glasses. Okay. Hey! What am I drinking? Cafe Mocha Soylent. Oh.
Sam reached out to me finally. I think I have you to thank for that one. My family's in a bit of a rough patch. Even though the candy is selling better than ever, everyone is fighting over the trust. The majority of us want to dissolve it. On paper, it seems like the right decision. The arguments about what to do next are endless and heated. More than a few Roottrees are worried about losing their wealth. I don't think we deserve it more than anyone else. I love my family, my wife, my daughters, even my son, who I hardly ever get to see. I want to keep them safe and secure. I didn't do anything to deserve this fortune. Hell, I probably deserve it less than most. It took me way too long to get my life together. Okay, enough about me. Here's the deal. I can't stop the majority from voting one way or another. If you keep passing along potential Roottrees, I'll keep adding them to the list. On the other hand, there's been some leaps forward in genetics. It may sound like science fiction, but we can actually determine who's in the family just by testing their DNA. What you've done so far has been very useful. Just keep filling out the tree and we'll prepare for the tests.
Okay. So far we've gotten all this right, but now we can add her other picture here when they got married. Let's see if we can get some more here. And apparently there's another picture of Cricket somewhere. Do want to search on these things, but let me go back here. Just real quick, we're gonna search on this. No, it's just brings up this website. Okay. Local television show called this. She's a stylist for the show. Back to here. Let's see if we can figure out what this is. It's a math textbook publishing company. They were in the news last year when a primetime news program did a full comparison of their 4th edition textbooks from '96 and their 5th edition textbooks from '98. Schools were complaining that the two editions seemed remarkably similar, yet Corithmetic was charging almost double for the new edition than they had for the previous one. The news program announced that between the two books there were only 16 total changes. The most noticeable was that the cover was changed from a picture of a water droplet creating concentric rings on a lake to a close-up of a feather. The other 15 were all instances of changing 4th to 5th. This even led to a geometry problem where the book asked students to calculate the 5th side of a rectangle. Damn. Have I searched Cricket York? Or just her mom in the show? Not yet. Yeah, we need to do that. I'm back, and oh no, Del. Sorry to hear that things are stressful. Sounds like things are moving in the right way with your sister. Hang tough, Del. Yes, we do need to search. Nobody associated with core rhythm seems to be related to your search. Okay. Oh. Okay. I was thinking, do I need to search these names? Like, no, they're talking about Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera, Rachel from Friends. Okay. Okay, Educate You is a tutoring service. They have a deal with Library and feature some of the actors from the show in pictures on their website. According to the site, they actually provide tutoring for all of the actors and actresses on the show to accommodate their shooting schedules. Included is Cricket York, who is seen in the photo called Cricket and Her Brothers, ready to learn from one of our talented tutors. You don't find much else about Educate You except that there seems to be a small subsection of library fans who were deeply unsettled by the company's logo, which would appear after the credits on each episode. One writes, "I was terrified of the little girl in the Educate You logo. She looked like some kind of demon doll, and I'd race to the TV every day to switch the dial before her creepy laugh came on. What? Okay, advertisement company called Educate You. It's labeled Cricketer Brothers, ready to learn from one of our talented tutors. Educate You. This is the creepy logo? Perfect student. Perfect student. Perfect student. Uh-huh. He's got a baseball. Ha ha ha. Okay. Okay. Two things to search for. Educate You logo and just searching Cricket York. So let's try just searching Cricket York. Okay, it yields the same thing. Looked like some kind of demon doll, and I'd race the TV every day to switch the dial before her creepy laugh came on. Why is this included? Okay. Is that? Hey, Malice. Search for tiny hats? Okay. There you go. How you doing, Malice? You're all bunnies. Excellent. Okay, so this side, I think we got all this covered. So now we gotta get back to the multiple affairs of this asshole.
I haven't stolen anything.
And then the
Yes.
children over here. More about Mark and his kids. Interesting. Hey, Duke. I'm doing well, Malice. Hydrate. How you doing, Duke? Mark Clementine. Okay. Multiple pictures, too. Okay. Mark Clementine. How are we going to do this? He's related to Mary Beth Quaker, or Mary Beth Clementine, a musician. Found out about Stuart, the police officer. He had to be a homeowner and do stuff today. Tried to fix the broken bathroom fan and failed. Had to get a gas can, which is a chore in this town, and do laundry. Oh my, that is some adulting. Adulting on a weekend? Illegal! It's the one time of the week we have the most time to do adulting. Work? Did I get that right? No. Ah! Crocodile Clementine is listed on a website titled The Infamy List. It's a massive list of criminals who are known for odd crimes. What? The police officer's brother is a criminal? Oh boy. Although Mark's nickname would imply he hails from Florida, a lot of others on the list come from there or Australia. Mark is listed as being from Los Angeles. He has a pretty big entry. He seems like a real piece of work. There's a very small note about him being the basket baby of 1950, but most everything else comes from his adulthood. He lost his job in 1975 as a pilot for a regional airline after he tried to board the wrong airline's plane. He was drunk. He was charged with trespassing and assault. In 1982, he was arrested for transporting smuggled animals over the Canadian and Mexican borders for an illegal reptile supplier in Los Angeles. He was apparently quite successful for the first 4 years, but was caught when he had to make an emergency landing in Portland after he was bitten on the foot by a crocodile, hence the nickname. Apparently, the Portland Telegraph is credited as having given him his nickname. His mugshot from this incident has been added to your photos. In 1993, he was released on parole, but his freedom didn't last long. He was arrested in 94 in San Diego for violating it in an attempt to visit his daughter's graduation. He famously punched the principal, a man named Billy Sims. This incident received national press. Aha! So this is how we're going to find out about his kids. Interesting. An odd crime a day keep the tomatoes fertilized. South Park. Wow. Hey, Blackbird. Okay. So... oh boy. Found the mugshot online. It's Mark Clementine, who was arrested for smuggling reptiles in the United States. Okay. Smuggler? Pilot? I guess pilot? Criminal? Yeah, I guess pilot. They got one of the counties in Portland right. They got one of the counties in Portland right? What do you... What? Real County, Oregon, that contains most of the city of Portland. Right, but where did you come up with the word? Oh, the mugshot. It was in the mugshot. Oh, I see. Oh, gotcha. County Corrections Division. Gotcha. Okay. There's quite a few things to search here. That would be one of them. Let's see. Portland Telegraph. There we go. Now we have a periodical. The Portland Telegraph is your run-of-the-mill newspaper based out of Portland, Oregon. They have a website, a lot of dry statistics about how many subscribers they have, how many issues there have been, and awards they've won. The website doesn't appear to have any useful data. Telegraph. Okay, the Portland Telegraph was the one that provided the nickname Crocodile Clementine and has some details about Crocodile Clementine's first major arrest. He was flying weekly between Los Angeles, Juarez, and Vancouver in a small plane. His flights were very low, literally under the radar. That would be the point. He was only caught because he was bit by a crocodile on the leg and had to call in a mayday because he was losing blood. He tried to tell them that he was a crop duster who somehow cut his leg on a loose piece of metal in the cockpit. But his story seemed very odd, and controllers quickly alerted the police without informing him. When he landed, they were waiting, and he was promptly arrested. Okay. Gotcha. Go back. There's a very small note about him being the basket baby of 1950. Let's see what that is. Few sites about true stories focused on and around religion mentioned that in 1950, a gospel singer named Mary Beth, once found herself dealing with a real-life baby Moses situation. What? Apparently, she was a rather prominent supporter of the concept of adoption, and someone decided to test how much. They left a baby on her doorstep in a basket. According to the sites, she adopted him without question and raised him as her own son. Although it wasn't national news, in many circles he became known as the Basket Baby, and he even went on tour with her as he grew up. Oh, okay. None of the websites state who the woman or baby were, likely to prevent people from looking into either of the people too closely. From context, you know that it's Mary Beth Clementine, who would later be shunned due to her personal life, and her son Mark, who would later be known as Crocodile Clementine. So, okay. There is a chance that his last name doesn't turn out to be Clementine because he wasn't born with it. But back to that. Okay. Okay. Billy Sims. Billy Sims is the principal of Sandstone Canyon High School, who had his 15 minutes of fame in 1994 when he was punched by Crocodile Clementine at a graduation ceremony. Pretty much every news organization, from Trustworthy to Tabloid, seemed to have their own take on the altercation. It wasn't the punch that captured the nation's attention, however. Instead, it was Billy Sims' matter-of-fact response to the threat and his comments afterwards, as heard in a now famous audio clip from someone who was recording the ceremony. Billy saw Mark hop onto the graduation stage and said, "Sir, you'll want to sit down or we'll have a problem." At that point, Crocodile reportedly sucker punched him in the face. Billy, apparently only slightly dazed, said, "All right, sir, I guess we'll have a problem." Clementine tried to throw another punch, but Sims anticipated it and performed a maneuver that spectators described as a wrestling move mixed with a backwards somersault, which immediately brought both men to the floor, with Sims straddling Clementine, keeping him neutralized. As security arrived, the recording captured someone asking, "How did you do that?" And Sims' response was famously, "Trust me, I'm as surprised as anyone." Okay. So where was this? Well, first, Billy Sims, okay, did a small piece about a fight between Sims and Crocodile and tried to approach it from a different perspective. Their goal was to paint a picture of the two men involved from others who knew them best. Not only did they manage to interview Sims' wife Carla, as well as multiple staff members at his school, but they hunted down Colleen Webb, Mark's ex-wife. Colleen Webb. That is... okay. Hydrate. According to the section with Colleen, she and he met when he worked for an airline. She worked in an airport newsstand. He was a drinker and would often have wild mood swings. When he was charged with assault of a fellow pilot in 75 and lost his job, they divorced. At the time, she was pregnant with their second daughter, 2 daughters, and she felt the need to get out before things got worse. She left him and moved to San Diego to live with her sister and told her oldest that her dad had to fly planes for the Army. She raised them both by herself, and although she never went through the trouble of changing their names legally, they used the web name so that nobody could connect them to her ex-husband. Okay. So they didn't change their names from their legally born Clementine, whatever their names are going to be. Okay. Okay, so that was news time about Billy Sims. Go from Teen Blast. Nothing there. Okay. Butler County. Did report on Billy Sims, but the information seems redundant. The basic information you can find. Miami Mercury. I think that was too late. Portland Telegraph had an article slightly longer than most about Billy Sims' incident, mostly because the assaulter, Crocodile Clementine, had appeared in the paper before. Because of the somewhat comedic sensationalism of the events in question, and because their readers were already familiar with Mark Clementine, they filed it under a special banner called Croc Watch. It mentions that our good friend Croc Clementine was actually in attendance at the high school graduation because his daughter was walking the stage. He was apparently not allowed to attend. His ex-wife had a restraining order filed on behalf of her daughter, but did so anyways. It was unknown to the school staff, including Sims, at the time, who he was. But a security guard recognized him, and that's when the trouble started. Clementine was approaching the side of the stage to try to avoid the guard when the exchange between him and Sims took place. The article finishes by facetiously asking, "What will Croc get up to next? Stay tuned for more Croc Watch." Unfortunately for your investigation, as far as you can tell, there were no more instances of Croc Watch. But we will search that. Article slightly longer than most. Oh, no. Okay, same thing. Okay. Silver screen, nothing in Starlit, nothing in G-Box. Okay. So we still don't know who his daughter is, who his daughters are. Okay, so let's try this. Sandstone Canyon High School is in San Diego. There's not much information about it, though it's mentioned in a lot of articles about the Billy Sims incident. Did I just search Billy Sims? Billy Sims is the principal of Sandstone Canyon High School who had a 15 Minutes of Fame in 94. Oh, yeah. Okay. Trust me, I'm as surprised as anyone. Why is this wrestling move mixed with a backwards somersault? heck? So... maybe we get some information on Colleen Webb. Huh. Okay, we're gonna try. Yeah, it's a county in Portland, Oregon. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Well, let's go back to this. So we're dealing with Barb, which would be... oh wait, no, we don't have to. We got this done. Yeah. We'll keep going. We never finished this, so might as well. And Isabel Crosby, according to the is the superintendent of Benton County. There's a Benton County in 9 different states in the U.S. There hasn't been a Benton County in Florida since 1850, so you're not sure which one Isabel Crosby comes from. Searching for Isabel Crosby doesn't lead to anything. It seems to fit what you're looking for. What school would she be? State. Nine different states. don't know if that'll lead to anything. So Georgia, and then the made-up place. Hasn't been one in Florida since 1850. Where was Frank doing work? It was Miami, right? Retired in Florida, yeah. Greater Miami area. Alright. Doesn't really narrow it down. There is a Benton County in Oregon. Oh, well, we could try it. Nope. All right. Well, that's this tree. I've filled this out. I need to get some more confirmation things. I need to find out more about his children. I'm not sure how to pull that off. And we still got all these affairs. Oh, Lord have mercy. All right. Out of curiosity, see if I can find something on Christine Farrow. Okay. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. So Beth Knox was let go after 50 years at the company. I'm just gonna try. Sam also says her son Ernie once asked her, "Who's Beth?" because he overheard them yelling about someone with that name. Overheard them yelling. Overheard Gwyneth and Elias arguing about a Beth. It could be a red herring. They did mention that there's more red herrings. That could be a red herring. Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth, which we confirmed. A different Elizabeth than the supervisor from the farm, but she never met her. But when he said who's Beth, he might have mistook it for they were arguing over Bess, which we know is confirmed. So there's so much going on here. Secretaries and visits overseas. You know what? There is something actually we can look into. Susan Ford. So travel expenses. Here we go. 79. Australia, China, France, and Brazil. There was the talk about bribing politician, I don't know, some kind of bribe in Brazil to get a factory built. And Susan Ford was hired as a interpreter. And then the next year, in 80, she was hired on as office staff. So, just out of curiosity, oops, let's see if we can find something about Susan Ford. Okay. And they kind of literally spelled it out right there, didn't they? Not sure how helpful it will be, except for cross-referencing guys' secretaries and visits overseas. Spider searching people just because they are listed in these books will likely be very time-consuming and a waste of your time. Definitely feels like I'm completely forgetting something. A path to search on. There's still a lot to go. Still haven't been able to find a picture of Christine Barrow. We don't know who this is other than Chris was in the photo with his dad and Guy. He was 5 years old in the photo. And we know she has a flower tattoo on her hand. Now, there was mention you're becoming amazing men and incredible chefs. Guess I'm a good teacher. James and Robert, they're both chefs. Jimmy? They go by Jimmy? James. Bob. Financial reliance. Here's something we could search on. Anything new on this? Ah, there is. The clan said trust is the Roottrees company's unusual legal arrangements and the motivation for most of their major financial decisions. As a recap, the entire family earns inheritance directly from the profits of the candy company, as well as their sister clothing company, Root. This means that nearly every Rootree can potentially have a say in the company's high-level operations. Okay. After the release of Six Pieces by Sam Madison, the Clancy Trust came under heavy scrutiny. Sam, her children, and her grandchildren should have all been covered under the trust, according to the wording revealed during an internal family conflict between Ron and Robbie Rootree. It seems that those who wrote the trust, Clancy Edward Rootree, at the direction of Elias Rootree, purposely deceived the rest of the family about the exact details of how it worked, in an attempt to keep Sam and her father Edward Clancy, his own twin brother, in comparative poverty. Because the rest of the family made money hand over fist, they had very little motivation to question their understanding. Sam's book revealed this to the public, and it did not go over well. Clark Rafferty LaRue took over the company, and his most celebrated move was his first official one. He ensured Sam's family would get their share. To help facilitate this, the inheritance aspect of the trust is now under the control of a third party, Ruby Legal Enterprises. There we go. That's a new lead. This ensures that the financial motivations of Rootree family members will not interfere with the investigations into potential new Roottrees. According to Clark's letter, however, some family members are still doing their best to slow the investigation by refusing to answer questions. Okay. So, let's look this up. Ruby Legal Enterprises is the name of the law firm that has been hired by the Rootree Candy Company. The company is named after the head lawyer, Ruby Spratt. Okay. Can't find much about the company from before this year, though all of the articles tell the same tale. After the fiasco of Six Pieces and the revelation that the Rootree's internal law group was complicit in such a cover-up, they hired outside counsel. The Ruby Legal Enterprise Group now seems to have ties to multiple aspects of the Rootree Company, including the Candy Company and Root, with a period. They were recently in the news due to a high-profile lawsuit they raised against Cicely Sanchez. Okay, a couple things here. So we're going to search on Ruby Spratt. Ruby Spratt, like her legal company, is relatively elusive. The most complete source of information you can find from before her time with the Rootrees is from the website for a magazine owned by a major airline. She was the subject of one article from a recurring series about modern-day success stories. Ruby grew up in foster care, but excelled at school and earned a scholarship to study at Mid-Eastern University. There she graduated at the top of her legal class, and was quickly hired as a lawyer for a prominent firm. There are a few high-profile corporate-involved cases she was a part of. One was as a legal consultant for a class action lawsuit against a manufacturing of steering wheel covers. Another was to help a local gas station chain in her hometown of Portland with the rollout of a promotion that allowed gas station customers the ability to bet on the price of gas. Okay. The blurb ends by calling her new firm a double threat. Her company's services are a cross between a traditional lawyer and a PR manager. Okay. Oh boy. Gotta chase these things down. That's shady as fuck. Yeah, right? Okay. So, where do we start? Gas prices sucking as it is, gambling isn't needed. I know, right? What the hell? So we could search the Portland magazine for Ruby Spratt. Gonna check this. University is a notable private college that advertises itself as midway between Maine and Miami. Their mascot is the Spectres, though they are not known for their sports programs as much as their education. They're legal and language departments are their pride and joy, though they also have fairly extensive computer science and robotics programs. Along with other prestigious schools that haven't quite reached the notoriety of Ivy League schools, some refer to it as a Little Ivy. The college has embraced this, calling their newspaper the Herald, which is a combination of Hedera, the scientific name for ivy, and Herald. Their website boasts that they have a historical technology museum on campus, including a still functioning computer from the 1960s that takes up a full room. What? They also have a printing press that they use to print one special year and issue of the Herald each year. Okay. Hey, there we go. Herald's a school newspaper for the university. Discovered its name. Okay, cool. So we got that. And let's go back. Now, two things. Now we want to go to periodical. Check out Portland Telegraph for Ruby Spratt? Yeah. Ruby Spratt was featured in the Portland Telegraph when she was in high school in an article called Local Teen Making Change for Foster Care System. Okay. According to the article, Ruby Spratt grew up in the foster care system, was apparently the valedictorian of her school, and was as a Girl Scout who, at the time of the article, was earning her Gold Award. This required a project to help the community, and Ruby chose to raise money to build a fountain she called Foster Fountain. The fountain has a few small pedestals that stick up high above the water. People are expected to toss coins into the fountain for good luck, and will be encouraged to aim for the top of the pedestals. All the coins scraped from the bottom are slated to be donated to Portland's foster care system. A coalition of local businesses that sponsor the fountain have committed to matching any of the donations that successfully land on the targets. What does that have to do with... Hang on. Another was to help a local gas station chain with the rollout of a promotion that allowed gas station customers the ability to bet on the price of gas. Yeah, okay, we gotta find out more about this, but... Okay, let's see if we can find out more about Foster Fountain. The Fountain of Youths, also known as Foster Fountain, is a fountain found in a small park in Portland. All proceeds from change thrown into the fountain are donated to the foster care system. A website for Portland's Parks and Recreation mentions under a trivia section that the Fountain of Youths was originally conceived by Ruby Spratt, an alumni of the foster care system. As more businesses signed on as sponsors, it grew in scope, even beyond Spratt's original hopes. The fountain is unique because it has special targets that the visitors can aim their coins towards. If a coin lands on one of these targets, each of the sponsor businesses match it. This isn't a huge amount of money from each business, but more than 100 businesses have agreed to participate, so each penny becomes $1. Okay. And then we have Ruby Spratt graduated top of her class from the Mid-Eastern's Legal College. Her valedictorian speech was somewhat controversial at the time, as it was quite serious, with a heavy focus on wealth inequality. This didn't go over well with the predominantly middle to upper class audience in attendance. The editor of the Herald at the time said Ruby, unsatisfied by simply earning her place at Mid-Eastern with a full scholarship, went on to earn a captive audience of her peers with a perfect GPA. It felt like the ideal occasion for a celebration of an undoubtedly incredible individual. However, by the end of the speech, there were many in the audience that wished that neither of those events had transpired. It was a passionate attempt to use her soapbox to proselytize her fellow students and their parents into the religion of poverty, but unfortunately, judging by the silence, they remained unconverted. So she's now in charge of the law firm that's handling all the money for the Roottrees. Great. That doesn't sound good. For the Roottrees, that is. Okay. So this was all about Ruby Spratt and Ruby Legal Enterprises. Oh yeah, I need to look up this one. Who is this? Cicely Sanchez is an author best known for Portrait of a Changed Man, released in 1979. Her follow-up, Foreign Gospel, did not perform as well critically, but still sold quite respectably. She has written a few more books since then, including a biography of Van Gogh, but her first two are her claim to fame. According to a site about authors, Cicely is known for her nonfiction with a focus on exploring darkness in the human psyche. Recently, Cicely appeared in a magazine called Piketty with an article about a book she had been commissioned to write for Guy Hudson. The magazine and Cicely herself were immediately issued a cease and desist due to its inclusion of pictures that she never had the rights to publish. The issue was pulled from store shelves, making it an instant collector's item. Okay. There's a... oh boy. Here we got a few things. Okay. First off, it's a category of a flower with an outline around the edges of its petals. Flower. An outline around the edges of its... okay, so this is related... oh boy. Interesting. So it appeared in a magazine called Piketty with an article. Okay. Magazine? Here we go. Piketty Magazine is a publication that, as far as you can tell, has no consistent theme. It tends to contain tabloid-esque articles that appeal to a wider variety of audiences and appears in many grocery stores near the checkout line. Unlike traditional tabloids, it doesn't typically feature celebrities on the cover. Instead, it tends to latch onto and create sensationalist headlines about whatever subject appears to be popular at any given time. In recent years, this has included Beanie Babies, Magic Eye, Images, and even Red Bull. It has often come under fire for printing fiction along with facts. Piketty gets around this by stating in every issue that all of its articles are all the hearsay that's fit to print. At one point, Piketty ran an article about Cicely Sanchez, an author. She claims to have written an unread book about Guy Hudson. The article was not even the main focus of the issue, yet the magazine was threatened legally by the Roottrees Corporation. That particular issue, the Big Sass Sea Bass issue, was pulled from shelves. It has now become a collector's item, especially amongst conspiracy theorists attempting to figure out what the Roottrees company was hiding. You find a recently finished online auction that listed a copy for $1,000, though nobody bid. Hey, wait a minute. Okay. Oh, geez, there's so much to search here. Alright, let's try this. Big Sass Sea Bass is a talking fish that sits on a fake mount on your wall. When you press the button to speak into it, it mimics your voice and then insults you. Many people consider it a ripoff of more popular wall-mounted communication-based fish decoration, but the packaging makes it clear that this one does not sing. Instead, what the advertisements say set big sass sea bass apart from its competitors as sardonic and sarcastic wit that will leave you reeling with laughter. Oceans of fun for the whole family. You'll be hooked on this big sassy bass. The words reeling, oceans, and hooked are conveniently bolded to ensure you recognize how clever the copywriter was. Recently, it appeared on the cover of Piketty magazine in the same issue that the Roottrees. This issue was removed from stores after the Roottrees sued. It's a collector's item and ripe with conspiracy theory about it. But it was unsold. Nobody bid for $1,000. Okay. Let's go back to here. So, we know that she's an author. So we got Portrait of a Changed Man. Okay, the book's description has this to say. What if everything you stand for, everything you know to be true today could disappear in an instant? All of your politics, relationships gone in the blink of an eye. Would you still be you? Cicely Sanchez tells this powerful true story about a man who woke up after being saved from drowning in his backyard pool and became an entirely different person. Included are interviews from those that knew him best before, as well as a one-on-one chat that paints an entirely different picture. You won't be able to put it down without wondering, what if that were me? Out of print. Okay, Foreign Gospel tells the tale of a man from the Catholic Church who claims he was told by God that he could travel to Thailand and begin to preach, specifically with the goal to convert 10,000 people. He returned to the United States after just 2 years, claiming to have succeeded. The book tells his version of the story, but the author, Cicely Sanchez, also traveled to Thailand to investigate these claims and talk with some of the so-called converted. All right, it's kind of a Now we want to search Piketty for Sanchez. Okay, an issue that focused on a talking toy fish and the demonic messages it supposedly said as the batteries ran low. Piketty had an article about a canceled book by Cicely Sanchez. The book's subject was Guy Hudson, and the issue was said to contain pictures that Cicely did not have the rights to publish. Because of the pictures, this issue was pulled from store shelves, making it the subject of some conspiracy. Due to this recall, the version found in these archives is incomplete. Oh. Okay. Basilbub? Get out of here. Good grief. This was the issue of the Piketty magazine that contained an article about Cicely Sanchez. The story concerned an unreleased book she had written about Guy Hudson. It seems that it used photos of Guy that Cicely did not own the rights to publish. Unfortunately, the magazine was issued cease and desist by the Roottrees lawyers. The magazine was pulled from shelves, and the version you found, relevant pages removed, rendering the magazine useless, unless you want to read about a potentially demonic fish toy. Plus, this utensil that will help you lose 50 pounds. Oh boy. Piketty. Interesting. How are we going to find those missing pages? Finished online auction. Okay. Piketty magazine is kind of sleazy, so they're not afraid to publish a few details that more reputable news publications normally wouldn't. You look up the Billy Sims incident, and it seems they did report on it. You gain a few new bits of information, though it might not be useful. Okay, Billy Sims was once arrested for throwing a Molotov cocktail at a company that was found to be testing their products on animals. What? Is that my favorite detective hat? I mean, this is just my flat cap. I wear one every stream. According to police paperwork, Crocodile Clementine's bail was paid for by Tostarito Jacobson. It was fairly expensive. Oh, that's a new name. Okay. No fedora? Yeah, well, you know, it's kind of hard to wear a fedora and these headphones. Let's see. Piketty interviewed other students that were at the event to find out if anyone knew anything. And the word going around was that Mark Clementine showed up because his daughter Mary was graduating that night. Mary Clementine. There we go. There's a rat under there that solves all the puzzles for me. Rude. Mary was graduating. So one of these is Mary. Okay. They go by Webb. So we'd have to look up Mary Webb just to see what we find. But let's see if we can find out who the hell this person is. Fuegos Fiesta, a regional Mexican fast food chain, held a competition in '93 that offered free meals for life to anyone that legally changed their name to Tostarito. The Tostarito was a burrito with a cylindrical tostada shell inside the flour tortilla. According to a few different sources, Tostarito Jacobson used to be named Lucinda Jacobson. Okay. Who is Lucinda Jacobson? Okay. We need to look up Lucinda Jacobson. Oh. Edith. There's a crime blotter article about Edith Jacobson that also mentions a Helen Rootree and a Lucinda Jacobson. Oh, yeah. Edith and her sister Lucinda were arrested for trespassing at Miracles Congregation Church in Butler County. Oh, yeah. And Helen... They were caught by Helen Rootree. Edith Jacobson. Okay, wait. Where was this Jacobson? Right. Okay, so Edith Jacobson is the wife of Miracle Jr. So there's what we're figuring out here is that her sister bailed out Mark Clementine. Okay. Well, that didn't get me as far as I was hoping, but... But... we did get the name of... So we need to look up Mary Webb, and we need to see if we can figure out what the hell's going on with Billy Sims and this Molotov cocktail and his weird... Mary Webb. Ah! A Mary Webb in San Diego has a website called Web on the Web. Apparently, it's a personal travel diary that also doubles as an advertisement for her travel agency. Ah. There are descriptions of Mary's services, including booking flights and cruises. Almost all of them involve extremely niche audiences. It seems Mary is the #1 agent when it comes to booking spiritual vacations aboard ghost ships and in specific hotel rooms that are said to be haunted. She also has a dedicated section for more traditional modern cruises that cater to specific groups such as fans of boy bands. You're in. In the diary entries, she talks about her trips she's personally taken and uses that as an opportunity to feature descriptions of amenities and excursions that the ships offer, even when you're on them to see a specific band or a ghost. There's also pictures of ships, hotels, landmarks, and places she's visited, as well as a picture of Mary herself with a ship in the background. One of her diary entries actually mentions the day that the photos were taken. She was allowed onto the ship on a port day in San Diego with a professional photographer she knows. The photo of Mary has been added to your evidence. I want to stay in Lizzie Borden's house so badly. Ugh. All right. Corporate composition photography. Hey. Okay, so this is Mary Webb from her website. Apparently found a niche. Yeah, this is a photograph of Mary in front of an alleged ghost ship from the 1800s. It was lost at sea and turned up without any crew several years later. Nobody knows exactly what happened, but fans love to tour it and come up with their own paranormal theories. A company called Corporate Composition Photography is listed at the top left. Okay. So on July 19th specifically, is that when she killed her family? July 19th? Unfortunately, we don't know which one this is. Oh wait, hang on. No ring on the finger. So it's her birthday and mine. Oh, creepy. Ooh, yes. Hell yeah. We're making progress. Okay. You can find out more about all this. So now we need, they said, a friend of hers from this. Corporate Composition Photography is a photography studio that was listed on a few different sites for businesses in San Diego. It seems to have been possible to hire them to take professional quality photos for businesses of all sorts. As far as you can tell, it appears to no longer exist. The company is also mentioned on a photography site with some IRC chat logs. It seems like the site is the personal page of a member of an IRC photography channel. They have archives of logs they've been having since 1993. One of them was from 1996 when Val, the former head photographer for Corporate Composition, did a Q&A with their users about taking pictures for promotional materials and print ads. Most of the questions and answers are pretty technical. They not only seem irrelevant, but generally go over your head. One of the questions, however, mentions that Val was on the cover of Telephoto and asked about Iraq. The question was quickly shut down by the person running the Q&A, who said Val does not wish to answer any questions from his photojournalism days, nor does he wish to talk about LBP. Please keep this on the subject of commercial photography. Telephoto? Photography magazine. Okay. And then what they say? LBP. Lebanese pound. Lower back pain, lead-based pain, low blood pressure, Louisiana Border Pharmacy, Long Beach Peninsula. Some businesses also have an acronym. Link Building Plastics, or Lynch. Luxury Bridal Photography, Lexington Business Payroll, Lincoln Baby Photography, Laura's Bras and Panties, Log Line Books and Publishing. Small publisher in California that does limited edition runs of movie scripts. None of their books seem relevant to your search. One of them is for the big screen adaptation of the puzzle game Fog. Fog is a video game where the protagonist wakes up in the valley called Fog. The player must solve a series of puzzles, which lead to finding microfiches. Plugging the microfiches into a viewer at the central movie theater in Fog allows you to teleport to different eras of the game. Each of these eras is a different... Fog. Could this be referencing Myst? The player's goal is to bring back jigsaw pieces they find in the different eras. Once they do, you can add each piece of the puzzle in a secret back underground bunker behind the staircase that leads to the bell tower. Each additional piece allows a dragon trapped in the jigsaw puzzle to talk to them. The player must finally decide whether or not to trust the dragon, who is asking them to finish assembling the jigsaw, which will bring her a tasty snack. Warning, the next paragraph contains major spoilers. The surprise twist is that if the player decides to feed the dragon, it turns out they're actually the snack. A quote on the box says, "Fog is the masterpiece that will become your universe." Another one says, "It's remarkable how Fog bears no resemblance to any other game that has ever been released, past or present." I don't know why I chose to search that one, but that was pretty good. Now I gotta search all of them. How do you think this would be related to your search exactly? Regardless, there's nothing to do with the Roottrees here. Aw, man. Geez, shucks. Lincoln Baby Photography seems like a solid lead, as it mentions a Val, an award-winning photographer, on the page. It's a business in Beacon, New York, and on the site it has a picture of a baby and a camera captioned with "Cam Lincoln reaching for his namesake." I guess he takes after his father, Val. At the bottom, the website says copyright 1998-1999. The picture's been added to your evidence. Ladies' undergarments could be argued to always be useful in research. Yeah, why not? It's a photography business, which is a good start. Unfortunately, it seems like it's located in Ireland and its owner is named Nicholas. He goes by Nick Luxury, but you doubt that's his real name. You think? It's very unlikely that it's related to what you're looking for. I'm just gonna search all of them just in case. Okay, so that takes us back to Val. Now we have a picture of Val for some reason. We have a picture of, you found this on the Lincoln Baby Photography website. It's labeled as Cam Lincoln reaching for his namesake. I guess he takes after his father, Val. Okay. telephoto. Okay, so we go to periodicals. Do we have a name for Val? I forget. Last name? Surname? Professional photographer she knows. So Mary knows Val. Val is the one who took the picture of Mary. But we don't know how Val's... Okay. Telephoto. Val? Former head photographer to the Q&A. Yeah. Val was on the cover of Telephoto and asked about Iraq. Lincoln baby photography. Cam Lincoln, reaching for his namesake. Guess he takes after his father. Val Lincoln was featured in a telephoto of the cover, which featured one of his photos, as well as portions of the article have been added to evidence. Okay, that's what we were supposed to take. Lincoln is the surname. Okay. Telephoto, the magazine for photography. So we have Clementine? Into the Storm, Val Lincoln's War on War. Wait, that's a... I bet you that Val is Mary's brother-in-law. It just says friend, but I bet you he married her sister because her legal last name is Clementine, but they use Webb. The army would use your legal last name. Okay, Telephotos magazine, photography magazine. This 1992 issue focuses on the photos of Val Lincoln, a photographer who went overseas during Desert Storm. He won the Sepia Award for photojournalism, specifically for the photo on the cover. Val got his start in high school when he took a photography class because, in his own words, he couldn't decide what else to do and thought it would be the best career in the world to shoot for Playboy. But he quickly found he had a knack for it and began to skip lunch and his free periods to spend more time in the darkroom. After graduating, he tried to pivot to landscape photography, but didn't have any passion for it. I work much better when I'm trying to tell the story of a person or an object. He got lucky when a photographer mentor of his who was going overseas to cover the war decided to take a chance on him. Most people wouldn't call it lucky to go to an active war zone for no pay, but he bought my plane tickets, all my meals, and even pulled some strings so he could rush my passport. For someone that had never had a real job or even left California, it was a hell of a break. Val was only 19 at the time and shot the photo that won him an award the third night he was there. The photo depicts Lisa Clementine, who lost an arm in Operation Desert Saber. According to the article, women were not subject to direct combat, and Lisa was in a vehicle at the time. The vehicle had to pull over suddenly when the road ahead was partially destroyed, and she and a fellow soldier were severely injured by a landmine. Val says, I ran into Lisa just after her surgery and took the picture. Then, until she shipped out, I kept finding excuses to go back and take more pictures of her. I guess it was fate, because that's the photo that won me an award, got me into your magazine, and also led to my engagement. Haha. Just earlier this week, she agreed to become Mrs. Lincoln. Okay, so Lisa. Now I have a picture of Lisa. Soldier? I'm gonna have to look that up, I guess. Military? Military. Ow. Kid. Cam. Again. Baby was on the other. Baby. Okay. So much materia farming. My eyes are going buggy. Uh-oh. Okay. So there's two more down. Finished off that tree. Cam is a president of the Roottrees company? Maybe. Yes, it could be. Now we gotta dig into all this crap. How did I was going down this path. How did I get here? How did I get back to that? I was searching Ruby Spratt. That got me to Cicely Sanchez. Got me the Picty, right? Portrait of a Changed Man, Foreign Gospel. Got me some information. Oh, that got me some information on Billy Sims. That's right. And we found out Mary's last name. And we found out about Mary Webb. And then that took me back over there. Okay. So, going back to the Cicely Sanchez thing. She's the one who supposedly wrote a book that had been commissioned to write for Guy Hudson. Now, how are we going to find this book? With the rest of this magazine. Now, they did mention here that a recently finished online auction that listed a copy at over $1,000, though nobody bid. Which is unfortunate. Can't find... Traditional tabloids. Big Team Magazine. Kind of hoping we'd get more information about who founded Big Team. Let's see. The only Val Lincoln with any kind of web presence is Valerie Lincoln, a realtor in Michigan. As far as you can tell, there's no connection between Valerie and Let's see if... Can I try searching her name in all the periodicals? Briefly covered a lawsuit between Ruby Splat and Piketty Magazine surrounding Cicely Sanchez. Right, so Ruby Sprat was the one who... They said that Cicely didn't have the rights to redistribute the photos of the magazine of Guy Hudson. Piketty apparently announced that they would be pulling their issue the following day, the moment that Ruby Legal Enterprises threatened them. This caused the issue to sell faster than any other in the magazine's history, though only for a day. Even people that would never have normally purchased it went out of their way to buy one, just in case it'd be worth something someday. It especially caught the eye of conspiracy theorists who assumed that anything worth suing over would be hiding something. Would have to be hiding something. An expert legal analysis from Newsman states that it was unlikely that Ruby could have the story pulled if it had gone to court. Piketty likely got more eyes on it than it would have if the Roottrees just ignored the story. There's more to this. Just need to find it. This had to do with Ruby Legal Enterprises, Rootree Corporation. Oh, there's some more information. New information about Root. Root website has a small memorial section to the deceased members of the family, but it contains no new information. The most recent catalog, Spring of '99, had an entirely black cover with no text on it. On the leadership page, you learn that Root is currently managed by a designer who was apparently Brenda White's second in command. You don't recognize her name, and she seems unrelated to your search. There's also a scholarship page. On it, you find information about the Roottrees' Sister Fashion Scholarship. It is awarded to 3 underprivileged high school girls each year who wish to pursue a career in fashion. Apparently, it also gives them an opportunity to show off their designs on professional models on a real runway. According to the site, the fund was created directly from shares that would have contributed to the inheritance of the Roottrees sisters, if they were still alive. Like other aspects of the Clancy Trust, it's managed by Ruby Legal Enterprises. The Root website has a small memorial section. Oh, nope. That's it, huh? Okay. Alright. Now we're gonna find those missing pages. In the wake of Six Pieces' release, Lauren Roottree, author of A Life Between Wars, was tracked down by a reporter as being in one of the most upscale memory care facilities in Pittsburgh. She was relocated back to Pennsylvania when she began suffering from Alzheimer's. There was a minor backlash towards the reporter that tracked Lauren down because they were caught standing on a ladder and holding their camera over the privacy wall to take a photo of Lauren and her son Clark sitting on a bench outside near a small pond on the premises. New with Jim? Jim and Diamond apparently sent out some mail to Diamond's Dazzlers that mentioned that they didn't spend a lot of time near or around the candy company anymore, so they couldn't really comment on any recent news. The Best Of album did get released to CD during Roottrees Mania, and while neither of them have performed recently, the couple did do a few signings at local record stores near their estate. During question and answer sessions, Jim has stated he hasn't been inspired to write any new lyrics. As far as you can tell, Jim and Diamond's marriage is still doing just fine, and there have never been any rumors of infidelity about either of them. Okay. Oh. Seems Brian Jones has been busy updating Stephanie Jones's campaign website. 2 new sections exist. The first is baby photo. There you see a picture of their new family together in the hospital. According to the site, our daughter was named after her grandmother, which ended up being very fitting considering she was born right before Christmas. The second is what's next. There's not much of substance there right now, but it lists some small accomplishments and finishes with the recent rise in popularity and controversy surrounding my extended family. There has been some extra attention on me. Stay tuned for announcements in the coming months about how I plan to use the publicity to accomplish bigger and better things. How to get revenge on your wife? Place a couple of Aztec death whistles in the car's exhaust. Okay. Weird. Brian Jones. Let's get some new photos of them. Why? Why don't we get new photos of them? Family tree update. Oh, that's what this is about. I heard of those things? Aztec death whistles? Yes. Yes, that's not what I'm confused over. I'm confused over why you even brought it up at all. So named after her grandmother, Caroline. Or, oh, Carol, Christmas. Carol Jones. Okay. So there's that. The website you used to initially place is still up, though instead of the cheery pink background with purple text, it's now more traditional black text with white background. The young webmaster has turned the site into a memorial for the sisters and their father. It seems like she did end up getting her ears pierced like Rose after all. Regardless, there's no relevant information, just a picture of the girls with a sad MIDI piano playing in the background. From other higher profile sites, you find that a charity has been set up. Which gets us back to here. Okay. So there's all that. Did do a search on this. There is something about here. Hang up. November Roottrees only found via Brian Jones's website. So let's look up Brian Jones. I've been busy updating Stephanie Jones's campaign website. Baby photo. What's next? Okay. Sam and her father were cryptically mentioned in a book about historical letters. Oh, let's look up Sam. See if we find something there. So, Samantha Rafferty. No. Roottrees. Sam Madsen. That's what we need to search. Nope. We've seen this. Missing just all of any information about all this. 3 different affairs here. I think the big thing we need to get at is the copy of that magazine that was pulled from the shelves. This one. We going to get missing pages. Oh, let's see. Collector's item. Especially amongst conspiracy theorists. Yeah, we definitely... I mean, just judging by... how many clues are connected to this? Just 8 of them. A lot of clues. I know. How? We need to get our hands on these missing pages. How would we do that? Oh, that's right. They said it's a second in command for Brenda White, but it seems unrelated to her search. We don't recognize her name. Okay. Well, that's a dead end. It's weird that the scholarship just turned up nothing. Okay. Well, I'm at a dead end, I think. Not sure how to proceed. Anybody have a guess that what we should try to search for next? Not a dead end, I know. think the big thing that's going to unlock is that magazine, because it's got photos that we need. You came in from lurk mode, had IRL stuff, laundry, shower. So you have no clue. That's okay. Well, maybe we could try the in-game hints. You haven't searched for anything on your list. You haven't searched for everything on your list of notable events. That's a good place to start. No. Haven't? Oh, did I not do Roottrees Mania? Oh wait, no I didn't. Roottrees Mania immediately followed the announcement that a rapper going by 5Ps was actually a Roottrees. Collectively, popular culture seemed to focus on the Roottrees family and 5Ps for a few weeks before everything felt oversaturated and society moved on. Because of the 5Ps saga, an underlying through line on how pop culture treated Roottrees Mania was an excuse for everyday people to claim they were also Roottrees. Daytime talk shows had I'm a Secret Roottrees episodes, late night hosts and guests made jokes about other lost members of the family, and there was a widely shared website where you could fill in your own name to find out if you were a secret Roottrees. When you submitted your name, it simply said no, with an image of Clark Rafferty Lloyd giving you the finger. Roottrees Mania lasted only a few weeks, just long enough for 6 pieces to re-enter the charts and to trigger new printings of other Roottrees related media. This included Lauren's diaries, new printings, VHS releases of Gwyn's old movies, as well as countless other unauthorized biographies, which mostly seemed to attempt to capitalize on the Roottrees sisters, Carl and Brenda. These re-releases were too late to successfully capitalize on or extend the craze. As a result, most of them were failures, and countless novelty shirts that had variations of I'm a Secret Roottrees became immediately unfashionable, though some people still wear them ironically. Alright, let's start here. Nope. Okay. So they mentioned Lauren's diaries. So the first one was A Life Between Wars. Here we go. Student edition, 93.99. When revisiting Lauren's book, there's a single passage that focuses on potential affairs in her immediate family. You've added it to the rest of your evidence. Okay. Okay, an entry entitled Cruelty from Lauren's Roottrees diary, written in 1963. It focuses on the relationship between her mother and father. While it offered only redundant information during your previous investigation, it mentions the subject of affairs may be more useful this time around. I'm no stranger to true love. Jacob and I married at an age that most deem unfit for marriage, but he was also enlisting at an age that most deem unfit for war. We had no choice. I knew in my heart that our marriage was one for the ages. He and I would still be together today if not for Okinawa. That was nearly 20 years ago, but there is an emptiness in my soul. I do not understand my contemporaries. So many girls I went to school with have taken multiple lovers. So many of my girlfriends' husbands have been unfaithful. If I am able to remain true to the ghost of a man with no chance of physical reciprocation, no potential for long conversation, or short. No potential for any conversation. How could it be so hard to love someone you can reach out and touch? Someone you can joke with? I have not had to deal with such madness at home. My parents are a perfect match in the worst way. My mother's cruelty is a perfect fit for my father's general spite. In turn, Pop's status enables her incessant need to gloat and feel superior. I have grown up with their cruelty and disdain for others my entire life. Even my family remains unspared. They make fun of my grandpop and his family's sayings. Blood is thicker than syrup, but nothing's thicker than Elias. They mimic Grandma Gwyneth's lisp and see her kindness as a weakness. Eliath, please remember them. Not even our family's maladies and religion go unmocked. Remember, God only put one eye in miracle. Oh, jeez. I can say without a doubt in my mind that my parents have never had eyes for anyone outside their marriage. They're too self-centered to look astray. Okay. Revisiting the diary. Nothing new. There was anything new in there. The results page for The Root of All Evil mentioned a song. Oh no, did I forget to look at that? Oh no. I thought I did. I must have missed something. All your problems. Here we go. This track is the only new song on the album, so this is from 5Ps. The subject matter of the song is the hypocrisy of those that claim money is evil. He points out that the only people who think money is evil are those that have it, those that can afford not to be greedy. In the song, 5Ps triumphantly talks about taking the Roottrees' wealth due to it being his birthright and giving it to those who need it most. You find a copy of the song on a suspicious-looking website and download it for your records. Now we have a virus. Okay, this is the only single from 5P's album Root of All Evil. It received some airplay, but didn't make it a big splash critically or commercially. Still, it's kind of catchy. Oh boy, y'all ready for some new music from 5Ps?
Attention, attention Roottrees. This is 5Ps coming at you from the real world. You know, the place you ain't ever lived in.
You say money is the root of all your problems. Root of all your
Man, y'all are hypocrites, sitting back in your massive estates, built from the cash that your ancestors gave you, acting like you somehow deserve it, based on your family's creations. Yo, but looky here, sonny, don't you come for our money, or you might burn bright in hellfire someday, like that Madsen chick and her two dads. My pappy's cleansing trust should keep you away. Yo, it's disturbing, catching a sermon from a geezer who's never known hurt, but blurts out these claims that somehow we're sinners, cause we didn't earn it, when all of your worth it came free with your name. You expect me to treat Your lectures on greed as some expert creed from heat without blame. How about instead, I turn my other cheeks and spread them. When you give me a kiss, you'll know just where to aim.
You say money is a root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away.
Whoever calls dollars the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon feeds you the world's purest treacle, while real world folks burning spoons for the needle. So once more with passion, tell this poor tragic orphan how your mansions and Porsches are actually horrible. How I'm better off penniless, grasping for morsels. How one in my share, that's actually extortion. With your candy ass name, synonymous with sweets. Oh, you wanna call me classless? I'm gangster from Portland, but I play that game. I came up on the streets, the only streets you reppin' are Park Place and Boardwalk. Your hypocrisy, monopoly is toppling. When I knock, have G's. Top off my pockets, please. Cause the same God that got to steal my mom from me is what he wants, right? For you to live in poverty. And if you're suddenly not eager to unhand that fortune, that's unfortunate. I guess I'm gonna take my portion, and I'll do it all legally. Class action, courtroom, decorum. I'm way past your fancy ass dormant.
You say money is a root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away.
Bring the choir in.
You say money is a root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away.
Yeah.
You say money is a root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away.
Whoever calls dollars the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon feeds you the world's purest treacle, while real world folks burning spoons for the needle. Whoever calls dollars the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon feeds you the world's purest treacle, while real world folks burning spoons for the needle. Whoever calls dollars the
I don't know. Didn't really get anything new out of that. I mean, we got this on the, unlocked, but okay, you found a lot of important information in your last investigation. Now that some time has passed, it's worth looking into some of it again. Yeah. Reminders in your evidence goes over the most important people and events from the last investigation. Reminders. One of the people mentioned is Caroline Morden. She seems like someone who would have spoken up about everything going on. Oh, are you kidding me? They want me to go... I was ignoring this because they were dead ends and red herrings. Oh, okay. We need to go look up her romance novels. Okay. All right. After the release of Six Pieces, Caroline Morden did a television interview. Someone has uploaded a partial transcript of that interview on the television section of a messaging community. The transcript is only her answers and is missing the questions. This creates a somewhat confusing reading experience, but does give you a bit more history about Caroline and some of her family members. This was a cable news interview, a transcript. Only Caroline's answers have been posted on the site. Okay. I've never really fit in the family, so it didn't surprise me. She could have put me in if she wanted to talk about the time during my activism days when I almost got arrested for stealing the spark plugs out of all her tractors, but I don't really think it fit her narrative. So this is Caroline, which... Okay. This is... They're not directly related. I mean, they're like cousins, I guess. I guess it would be more like a second cousin. Yes, no, they never tried to kick me out or send me to live on a farm, if that's what you mean, but I was already pretty unpopular, and once everyone learned why I divorced my husband, few people paid me any attention. She's my wife, not legally, but we've been together for half our lives. Call it what it is. I was 20 and had just had my daughter. I hate to look back on that time because I was a terrible mother the first few years. I left my daughter with my ex-husband and followed Guy on a private jet to Europe. Wait, what? He lost a tooth and a client. I found love and a better understanding of who I was. Still, in our family's eyes, this trip was somehow more acceptable. Explain that. Eloise came from... They met on the... Okay. No, I couldn't stand him. Our family wrote off his behavior like he was some huge fan of romance or women, but he didn't like the entire woman. It was doubly awkward for me because he was more supportive than most. I slowly figured out it was because he assumed I would be as shallow as he was. He was a workaholic. He seemed nice enough and did a good job. I didn't know him well. That was one of Sam's problems with our family. None of us did except Carl. Honestly, I get why she's pissed. I'd rather not speak ill of the dead, not unless you want more stories about Guy. With Carl, though, all I can say is we used to be friends before they sent him to private school. He came back a lot judgier. It made sense when they made him president. He was a lot like my father after they disciplined the fun out of him. After I started protesting the farms, he stopped returning my calls. Oh well, he's harder to label. When I was a teenager, he was basically drunk or high or both all the time. He actually used to sell me pot. His problem with women were different than Guy's, but he never really judged me. I guess he knew it would be pretty hypocritical to judge anyone for anything. Back then, he was destructively unreliable in every way, but nowadays, he's just kind of boring and old. I prefer that to how he used to be, and to Guy and Carl. I prefer that to how he used to be, and to Guy and Carl, but it's still a cautionary tale. I hope I'm never that boring and old. She went with Guy to Europe. So, the year that Guy went to Europe, yeah, was 79. And they said that's when she found love, which would be Eloise. Is anyone named Eloise hired in this at this point? After? No. Oh wait, what's this? Randorf Dove donation? What was that? Grandorf School for the Deaf, formerly Grandorf Dove, is located about an hour from where the Roottrees offices used to be in Butler County, but it serves much of that part of Pennsylvania nearby Ohio. According to their website, it was formerly named Grandorf Dove from 23 to 90 because Grandorf was the last name of the founder, and Dove is the Danish word for deaf. The founder had issues with government translators, leading to an odd transcription issue. In 1990, it was renamed to better represent the school's purpose and to correct the embarrassing lack of effort and awareness demonstrated by the government officials in those early days. The staff is listed on the website. You scan through all of the biographies and find that the principal, Mrs. Ford, is fluent in 5 languages, including ASL. She has been working at the school for over 15 years. Miss Ford's bio also mentions she's not deaf herself, but rather learned sign language to communicate with the deaf. It mentions that she was responsible for securing funding for the Hudson Wing. Ford. She's the translator that guy hired. Interesting. Okay, so Grandorf was the last name of the founder. Sorry, Grandorf was the last name. Okay, so Hudson Wing. Hudson Wing was an expansion to the Grandorf Dove, now Grandorf School for the Deaf. Was built in 82. It's a separate, much smaller building, half a block from the main campus. It operates as a smaller independent school that offers free ASL courses for the family members, friends, and caretakers of deaf children. According to their history site, they got their name after the president of the Roottrees Company generously donated $250,000 toward the construction of the building. Yep, sure enough. There's also a very vague history section that you can somewhat fill in with details from the other information you've seen about the school. It mentions that the donation came at the insistence of an employee of Roottrees at the time. It mentions that she learned ASL from the main school before the Hudson Wing ever existed to surprise her future husband, who was deaf. After realizing how useful a service like this could be to non-deaf people that wish to better serve those with hearing issues, she convinced Roottrees management to invest in the school. The Hudson Wing opened, and she became the first teacher at the new campus. At first, it only operated on weekends, but since then, it has added afternoon classes on some weekdays. Now, wait a minute. Let's go back a moment here. Miss Ford. Hudson. Susan Hudson? We need to look up a Susan Hudson. Okay, so it was School for Deaf near Butler. It was regularly listed in articles to other schools. The Butler County Times archives includes what seems like an endless list of snow cancellations, extracurricular activities, and weekend events that began over 70 years ago and stretched until the last mentioned in 1990. Amongst the avalanche of useless information, you almost miraculously discover one useful article. Granted, it was at the center of a crime article in 82. It seemed that someone defaced the school and vehicles outside of the brand new Hudson wing of the school. There were multiple broken windows, and one of the teachers' cars was painted with profanities and accusations of infidelity. A few weeks later, a follow-up article provides more details. There was one arrest, Thomas Hughes, who was coincidentally a former student at the school. Apparently, the destruction came weeks after he married the school's newest teacher, Mrs. Hughes. She was not a teacher when he went. He graduated a few years earlier. According to the reporter's investigation into the police reports, trials, and restraining orders, Mr. Hughes was convinced that he was not the father of Mrs. Hughes' current pregnancy. He was released on bail, and the school has agreed not to press criminal charges after an agreement was made to pay for the damages and for the couple to begin the divorce proceedings. It seems Thomas Hughes, Mrs. Hughes, and the Hudson Wing have all avoided further appearances in the Butler County Times. Okay, Hughes. So what about... No, what was her name? Yeah, that's wrong. Susan. The Roottrees are all pod people? Low copper dinosaur. They're all pod people. That's what it is. Have all avoided further appearances. Okay, so we need to start searching. Okay. Interesting. Pod people. Pod people. So Susan Ford. To surprise her future husband. He accuses her of being... So, yes, I'm fairly convinced. Susan Ford. This was in 82. Susan Ford is one of these two. Probably the last one, because this is all taking place. It's built in 82. 82 is the year that Guy Hudson died. Yeah. Probably the last one. Everyone you haven't found yet is named Tony. They're all acrobats. They're all Tony. timing. Are they also aristocrats? Oh boy. Oh dear. Oh dear. Wait, what did they say her? Principal. He's currently the principal. He's been working at the school for 15 years. It's principal. But there's a couple of photos apparently. Ah, man, still haven't figured out how to get that periodical going. That's going to be very key to a lot of this. Ooh, it's okay. So now we know, at least got a better idea of one more of the affairs. It was Susan Ford. I'm convinced of that. All right, Rubber Ducky, where to next? The library page for Garnishing the Truth? Didn't I? Maybe I didn't. Maybe I forgot something. Garnishing the Truth. Okay. Public life. So we got James and Robert. Yeah. Talk about Mark Zimmer. They met in 78 when he taught cooking class. Yeah. Oh, McCarran's Brew House. I had to look that up, I guess. McCarran's Brew House is a pub in Boston, and they have a website. Apparently, the bar has been around a long time. On the site, there's a list of famous people who have had a drink there, including former President of the United States, not of the Roottrees Company, Kennedy. There's also a few listings of television shows and books that have mentioned McCarran's, as well as how they came up. One of them is Garnishing the Truth, which the site has this to say about local and regular Stevie G. Stevie wrote a book about food. We prefer cocktails, but he gave us a shout out, and we ain't gonna say no to free press. So go grab a bite at his kids' joint, Fry Die, and then swing by to meet him for a drink. Hey, so they did mention Friday is a popular restaurant in Boston. They don't have a website, but many locals seem to mention them in various places. One more in-depth review explains that it's not a full restaurant, just a front door and a very small interior with a window. Unusually, the restaurant only serves the vegetables, but a lot of reviews say that in spite of that, it's delicious. You also find a short page about it listed on a website called My Boston Homepage. Whoever runs the page seems to just link to random sites related to Boston, tell personal anecdotes related to Boston, and give their relatively short opinions on things in Boston. It's very unorganized. It has this to say about Friday. Wicked overrated. I saw it in Chef's Signature, so I went and there was a huge line and they didn't have a single meat dish. What's even the point? New periodical. Nice. So that gets us to there. Okay. Just... Okay. Steve. Alright. The new... Chef's Signature. Okay. So we start with... What was the name of the... Chef's Signature covered Friday less than a year ago, right around the time you were doing your initial investigation. Each article in Chef's Signature tends to focus on a restaurant, and like the magazine's name implies, each restaurant lists the one main dish that the head chef is known for. Friday's signature is the samosa cone. The cover and main article have been added. Okay. Go. Chef Signature. Can a vegetarian diet be trendy? Sitting down with the Garlands, the new boys in Boston. Okay. Chef Signature, a nationally published magazine targeted toward fans of unusual restaurants, featured James and Robert Garland on the cover of the November 98 issue. According to the article, the two brothers own a small walk-up window in Boston called Fry Dye, a play on the tie-dye shirts that the servers wear that exclusively serve vegetarian dishes. Most of the offerings are heavily inspired by the powerful spices found in Thai and Indian food. Their signature dish is the samosa cone, which from a distance somewhat resembles a traditional ice cream, complete with waffle pattern. Instead, it contains fried potatoes, pureed peas, carrots, and a special ginger-based sauce. Robert, who is 3 years younger than James, that is key. Yep, here we go. They are both chefs. Oh, damn it. Oh.
Hey there, it's us. So I just have to say, the work you're doing here is fantastic.
So fantastic, in fact.
There goes Clark. Always the bad cop. Go ahead.
Well, our law firm, Ruby Legal Enterprises, is having trouble keeping up. They're actually begging us to stop submitting new Roottrees. They said it's getting difficult to verify your progress.
Well, consider that a good thing. I told Clark you'd get results.
She says that like I didn't believe her. Regardless, the bad news is it's going to take 5 potential tree additions before anyone locks in from now on. Good luck.
And keep up the good work.
Okay. Well, there's one more. Back to this. Okay. Robert, who is 3 years younger than James, jokes that although the age difference has left him delegated to wear the sous chef jacket his whole life, he doesn't mind. As a result, James answers most of the interviewer's questions. James credits his love for food and his culinary skills to their upbringing. Most kids hate vegetables growing up, but they don't have parents like we did. My father was a chef, and my brother grew up on a farm that supplied his restaurant. That's how they met. I don't have any memories from the farm or anything like that since we moved here before I could even talk, but they told me stories. My dad's a great storyteller. He even wrote a book that partially helped fund Fry Die. When we moved, they were looking to open their own restaurant together. Unfortunately, they never got it off the ground. His line cook gig ended up being less temporary than he hoped, and she had to go back to work as a secretary even after Robert was born. Before we were old enough to go to school, we spent our days with my aunt. In the diner where he worked, my dad had no room for experimenting, so he'd exercise his skills at home on his days off. We'd always go shopping and cook as a family on those days, and even though we were hyper kids running around and causing a ruckus, those were some of our family's favorite memories since we were all together. Mom always had the eye for the best vegetables for him to work with, and she did her best to pass that on to us. According to this article, their parents, who are now retired, visit Fry Die often. They even have a signature dessert, the Sistine apple. Apple pie has always been my mom's favorite, and my dad always had this stupid line he used to make her laugh involving apple pie. You are the apple of my apple. You are the apple of my pie. Right, that line. Most people realize it's a Sistine Chapel pun and assume that's all there is to it, but it's actually secretly named after them, sort of. Sistine Apple, kind of named after them? Christine. Her name is Christine. Yeah. And Steve. Christine and Steve. Okay. That still doesn't help me. Picture. But maybe we can search this? No. Okay. Well, yeah. Okay, we know who their parents are, though, so we've got all that. What I'm still needing is a picture of her. We know about Dad's book. We know what that is. Okay. Let's go back to the periodical. Let's look up Steve Garland. Yeah. Oh, they never made a restaurant. Right. It focuses on restaurants. I'm trying to remember if there's another restaurant that has come up. Maybe? Missing issue of Picture by attracted a particular group of people. Yeah, collectors, but conspiracy theory. Yeah. Am I just supposed to search conspiracy theorists? In the past, didn't you encounter a root tree related conspiracy theory? Yes, we did. You found Chris Rafferty through the conspiracy website. Maybe his updated website can help you find it again? for the root tree curse. Okay. Well, let's do that. Okay. During your initial search, you came across Thomas Overwood's conspiracy page about the root trees. 8 months later, the page still exists and is thriving. The visitor counter has reached 7 digits. Many older articles have been replaced. It seems that the recent uprising in root tree news has left Thomas Overwood with a constant stream of events to base new theories on. More than one of his theories involve root tree deaths being faked. According to Overwood, statistically, when you have this many high-profile people who have died in the family, the odds are that one of them faked their death. It's just math. This newfound focus on death faking seems to coincide with a post mentioning that he's begun believing that Guy's not dead theory. In his own words, my eyes have been opened. All of this is beginning to make too much sense. Oh no. One of his posts detailed the belief that Ron Roottree is still in charge when Roottree's death was faked, and that Clark is only there to throw people off. Apparently this allowed Ron to travel to France to develop their new candy recipe in secret. Another is about the rapper 5 Ps. He can't possibly be a Rootree. One of his first album songs, when he was performing under the devil name, actually mentioned that he wanted to have sex with Raina, right, but whatever. Not even Sam Madsen is spared, according to Overwood, the author of 6 Pieces isn't real. Sam Madsen is an anagram for Am Madness. They're purposely leaving hints for us, he claims, that by using 6 Pieces with Lauren Roottree's book as a one-time pad, he has begun to decrypt a cipher. Most of the cipher has seemed meaningless, but he managed to pick out the words people and vastness and is working on figuring out what it means. There is also a request at the bottom. Next year, 2000, is a leap year, and Overwood is looking for funds and volunteers to catch the Roottrees red-handed in Operation RT-29. He specifically mentions not to volunteer if you've ever drunk Spirit Cola, but doesn't go into why. Okay, so let's see if we can try this. No new. Search Thomas Overwood. During your initial search, you came across Thomas Overwood's conspiracy page. Right, same thing. Mm-hmm. Looking for funds and volunteers to catch the Roottrees red-handed. See, I feel like we're supposed to be able to reach out to this guy to get the copy of this newspaper, but I'm not seeing the path. I'm not seeing how we would do that. It's by searching information. Oh. The Guy's Not Dead conspiracy stems from a website that focuses on the clues that Roottrees have supposedly hid all over the place. 4 pieces? This includes on candy wrappers, in print advertisements and television commercials, in their jingles, etc. The story, according to the website, is that Guy Hudson was a terrible president of the Roottrees Company and introduced multiple failed products. Something needed to be done that would put the company immediately and instantly back in the favor of consumers, so they killed off Guy Hudson and replaced him with a new president. This move immediately garnered sympathy, and the company recovered the next year, more popular than ever. The next president stayed much further out of the limelight, and some people even theorized that he was simply Guy Hudson in an elaborate disguise, which is why he stopped appearing in public. The people who ran the site are asking for help. They're certain that there's a clue, all of this, that accidentally leaked in the banned article from the magazine Piketty. On their page is a scan of the magazine's cover, the interview with Cicely and Guy Hudson, and some photos. Hey, there we go. Okay. This photo is the first from a magazine interview with Cicely Sanchez in Piketty. The issue of Piketty magazine that it came from was pulled from the shelves, but you managed to find it online. There's that tattoo on the... Okay. Piketty does not label its individual photos. Both photos were instead under the shared label. Cicely was provided these photos by the Roottrees Company for use in her book. In the background of the photo, there is a Christmas tree. Okay, Christmas. Okay. Zach. Okay, this photo. Piketty does not label. It says Cicely was provided these photos for Roottrees. Well, that's Zach. Okay. Fill those in. I think this is Susan Ford because of the flower shape petal. Because she's the only one that has two photos. It's the same woman. None of the other people that he had an affair with have room for two photos. So that's what I'm going with. Okay. You claim to have been paid a significant amount to write a book about one of the Roottrees, Guy Hudson, who was president for a short period of time. Yeah, I met him on New Year's Eve, actually. The last night of 1978. Guy liked to throw big parties. I was just coming off of Changed Man and looking for my next project. When his wife learned who I was, she invited me to the party and they cornered me to talk about a book. That was the first time anyone recognized me from my work. I had finally made it. The book they asked me to write sounded great, but then none of the stuff that made him interesting was allowed to stay. Chop, chop, snip, snip. Anything with even the slightest threat to Guy's image ended up gonzo. What was the stuff that made him interesting? At his core, Guy was not complicated. In fact, I think I can boil him down to two traits. First, he wanted to be seen as the second coming of the great Elias Roottrees. And second, he'd never be satisfied living the life needed to be seen that way. He had his fortune and good looks, and he really liked to exploit that to pick up women. But he couldn't let anyone else know, so it cost him a lot to cover it up. That was the only interesting aspect of Guy. He was James Bond, trying to convince people he was Mr. Rogers, I guess. Mr. Rogers, really? Maybe that's not the best metaphor, but Elias Roottrees was boring as all hell and all about family. Guy did everything he could to be seen that way. After I submitted the first draft, he sent me this garbage book, The Roottrees Legacy, with Elias on the cover. The last time he and I met, he had even switched out his orange suits for the same green ones Elias wore. Okay, so that helps us to identify points in time. So in the orange suits, he's younger, but once he starts wearing green, it's older. And remember fancy flavors. Guy knew that part of Elias's legacy was the 5-piece flavors. So that's what Guy tried to do to caviar. Tried to do too. Caviar was a disaster here, but it was actually somewhat popular in Brazil for whatever reason. In Christmas 1979, he went to Brazil to open the Roottrees Brazil factory. Guy was always hopping around the world trying to recreate that success. So how come the book never came out? It's complicated. I had an out in my contract. Surprisingly, Guy signed the contract my lawyers wrote without running it by anybody in his legal department. I could pull my name off the book at any time, but Guy still got the content. After I left, it probably got a lot harder to convince any real publisher to give it their time. He was the president, right? Do you know why he never released it himself? If I had to guess, my family very wisely put a stop to it. Mid-1981, months after I had already moved on, he called me back and showed me a final draft. Do you know how expensive it is to publish one copy of a book? It had my name on it in big shiny embossed letters. Like all problems in his life, throwing money at me was an attempt to win me back. But it had half the page count and the narrative was torn to bits. No thanks. The dinner was good, imported steak that likely cost as much as a month of my mortgage, and we all got pretty drunk. He sent his mistress, Susie something, into the bathroom to proposition me, poor girl. I remembered her from our trips overseas. She was too good for him. Anyways, he died soon after, and that was the last it ever came up. Okay. What can you tell us about the family? Any insight into the scandals from the recent book by Sam Madsen? I actually haven't read it. I just skimmed the sections on Guide to see why people were suddenly calling me up to ask about the man. I'd say she did well for what she had to work with. She only had rumors, whereas I spent time tailing him. Sometimes he knew, sometimes he didn't. He invited me to join them when dealing with Roottrees Brazil, but I actually had people on him when he went to Australia, France, and China too. When he met with someone, I'd figure out who they were and how they were involved. Doubly so if the meeting happened when he didn't want me to be around. Despite his best efforts, I got the whole truth, including things even his family never knew. For example, the daughter of his business partner in Australia, I think her name was Robin, he and she definitely spent a few nights together that he didn't want his family to know about, but I did. Okay, so we got a Robin. Okay, Sam mentions Guy's affairs and treats them like most people would logically think to treat them. Like the infidelity was a problem for Patricia. When his wife first approached me, though, it wasn't a talk, if you get my meaning. On paper and in public, it was a marriage like any other, but in reality, it was more of a mutually beneficial arrangement. They both got what they wanted out of it. The same thing. What was that? I'm assuming I only have to spell it out so you can get it in writing for your readers. Women. Patricia enjoyed the company of women, and the swinger scene made that more accessible. Oh, I'd told her I wasn't interested in her and Guy. I found out later that if I had said yes, her next question would have been whether or not her husband actually had to be there too. Guy, on the other hand, was seen in a traditional marriage and at the same time could bed any women that found him charming. I can assure you that was exactly the type of marriage he was interested in. Aha, okay. So, I think this is from Brazil, but we have no idea. That's a lot of info. I know, right? I think this is Brazil. So, let's... Roottrees Brazil, sometimes erroneously referred to as Roottrees Brazil, is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Roottrees candy. It was developed as part of the Roottrees Everywhere initiative near the beginning of '79. Unlike some of the other Roottrees Everywhere results, Roottrees Brazil seems to be a success. You do some rough translating to find a significant amount of information about it. Brazil was the only region in which caviar-flavored 5 pieces, released at the end of '78, were a hit. The primary reason that the factory still exists to this day is solely to create that flavor, which comes in its own standalone 5 pieces bag with Portuguese writing. A small town named Alva Lagos, near the municipality of São Bernardo do Campo, became the location chosen by the Roottrees Candy Company after a newly elected politician named Edson Soares heard that they were planning a new factory and petitioned them in early '79. The factory was controversial as locals did not want it there. The Roottrees visited Brazil around Christmas and managed to break ground on the project. Since then, however, it has been operating relatively smoothly, except for 2 incidents. The first was Incendio de Bordo in '82, and the second was an unsuccessful strike in '95 that involved all the factory workers being replaced. The factory was originally built and run, according to paperwork at the time, by a small company called Novo Corpocao de Doces Brazil, which literally translates to the New Brazil Candy Corporation. This company no longer exists. Not much information has ever existed about it, and the Roottrees now run Roottrees Brazil entirely. Okay. Edson Soares was a Brazilian politician. You find a dissertation published by a college student as part of their PhD in history. It focuses on the rise of democracy in Brazil. It seems up until 1988, Brazil was run by the military, and the politics during that time were often a hotbed of corruption and nepotism. The paper tells of a few politicians at the time, including Edson Soares. Edison was a former mayor of Alva Lagos, Brazil. Before politics, he was a manager at an automotive manufacturing plant for a major American car company. He was put in charge of Alva Lagos by the military government in '73. As mayor, he used his manufacturing background and knowledge of American business to establish new factories, distribution plants, and other business ventures in the area. This had 2 side effects. First, he became quite rich. Second, many locals were forcibly relocated. This did not make him a popular mayor. In what the paper speculates was a move to counteract his popularity, his wife Sonia was discreetly put in charge of a television station called Telerede. He often used this connection to ensure supporters would appear on local television spouting his beliefs and emphasizing his political victories. He remained in office until '88, when he was defeated in the first election after the military government was no longer in control. After this election loss, he quickly left the town behind. It is not known where he has gone, but the dissertation even speculates he likely fled to stay alive. Okay, So we got Sonia and Edson Suarez. Yeah. This was probably... I think it's this one. Oh, first name was Edson. Put in charge of a television station called Telerede. Okay. Former television station in Brazil, it came into being in 70 and a vacuum was created due to the removal of a different network at the hands of Brazilian military dictatorship. Due to lack of resources online, you don't have much to go on about who ran it and when. Maybe in a periodical? Maybe a media mogul? Maybe. Same article or same results you've already found. Okay. The Maple Fire in 82. The factory was deliberately attacked in the case of clear arson. The fire was brought under control after destroying about 2/3 of the production floor. Locals claimed that the air smelled like a mix of burning plastic and maple syrup. The factory was rebuilt and continues production to this day. At the time, it was unknown why this happened, but last year a news special did list this incident as well as a few others in the small town as backlash to perceived corruption in the government at the time. According to the report, the mayor of the city was found to be receiving a cut of the factory's profits. Okay. So... Well, I don't think we're gonna be able to finish this tonight. So we'll come back at it next week. We don't have much further to go, but I do need to call it a night. All right. Yeah, thanks everyone for coming and hanging out. As always, I appreciate it. Appreciate the help.
Poking me.
Hey, Railway. Let's see. I'll be back tomorrow night for 8 p.m. Central for some more Hades 2. Yeah. And I will see you fine folks then. Take care.